Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? It's Discord working. Okay, cool. What's up, guys? How you doing this morning? Whew, fun start. Ding ding, by the way. Are we winning? Sure. Someone's afraid of 160. Eh. Slamming the open? I mean, that's not a thing, but sure. I think you're. Are you thinking banging the close? Banging the close is a manipulation tactic. They've used it on GameStop a few times. It's not so legal, but nearly impossible to prove because of the like NYSE like net rebalance that occurs on the last candle of the day. Myrna dead. Wait, didn't Myrna look good yesterday? Yeah, Myrna had a good day yesterday. It could still it could still continue up. It may not, but it could. Damn, that was a good call. I should have put money on it. Oh well. How's the SPY looking this morning? Pretty good into open. 478.50 on the pre. Mm. Low 476.50. SPY looks good too, actually. Ooh, Baba's moving. Interesting. $48.80. Jack Ma ever been found? I think so. Who did this one? Trash Dan. Trash Dan made this one. Okay. AMD breaking to the upside. Ooh, GME breaking up. Holy shit. That's cool. Houston Wade did an interview with a guy getting sued by Citadel over a Twitter account. Cool. Going off the ETF data from yesterday, is there anything stopping them doing the exact same thing come Jan to smash the price down again? people holding options further out and supporting the price with large amounts of delta on the options chain, not cash settling their options before the exposure even hits its peak. XRT hitting the gas. Cool. It's hitting the gas kind of hard. Interesting. GME gonna rip today? SPY's looking good. Baba's actually fucking rocketing. Ooh. Cat's coming up. Well, that's very nice. So there's some 155 puts from yesterday. Just be aware of that. Ooh. Okay, we're breaking 156. Can you buy 5 more positions so we can see 9 tickers at once? No. Piton coming up. Are you buying April calls or averaging down Febs next week? I'm averaging down Febs. I might, if I see some like good pricing on Aprils, I might pick a few more up. Right now, I have 10 April contracts and they're all at 200. It's not much there. And those were just a super good deal on the dip. Worth chasing Baba this morning? It was. May continue to be. Let's see how this plays out, maybe. Let's see if this uptrend continues. The buy pressure looks strong on it. Like, the trend looks good. We'll see. I'd imagine 120 is going to be a resistance. Tracking kind of close with XRT. Interesting. Wonder if Baba is a large holding for XRT. I don't know if I've held my calls through exposure. Well, we know the exposure dates. Rosolio. What's my guess for today's high? I'd be surprised if we broke 160. That's where the majority of their puts are. We might, but don't forget that max pain is still 150, 250, I think. Is there any sort of bump in volume across the markets on New Year's Eve for last minute changes for the fiscal year? Um, Sometimes. I mean, it depends on what you're in on. But yeah, you usually see a lot of volume that day and volatility. So before you guys even ask me about the Baba play, it's just at like fucking 2 year lows or something ridiculous. Um, that was it. I saw volume coming in at the opening bell. There was not a lot of thought that went into that besides undervalued. How did you come up with these? Oh, a lot of the like community members on the stream make the stream cards. Have you seen the tinfoil DD that Mayo Chegger Ken Griffin works for Bezos? Is working to short his competition into oblivion. Makes sense that Baba is on its way up. Baba's got a lot of problems. I don't think Ken Griffin's one of them. Cost and Dillard's up so far. AMC Hopium hidden in Brazil. Interesting. AMD dip before the rip. I'm hoping. My calls would like that very much, Carl. Yeah. Nice little average down at least. You're still waiting on loading up on more Febs this week? Yeah. I'm still waiting until next week. Looks like AMD closed its gap from Monday's gap up. Yeah, it had a little one. I didn't actually expect it to turn around for such a small gap, but when I officially sign my mortgage, am I able to 100x its value on 0 DTE GME calls? Oh, Carl. That's that's not how you do responsible home ownership. RSI is way oversold on GameStop or on Baba. Can you explain VWAP at a basic level? Also love the hat. Can you Google it? It's the volume weighted average price. It's the price at which the majority of the volume trades that day. What do you think about the FINRA Twitter meltdown and their explanations about short interest? I don't care. It's not like FINRA has been my definitive source for short interest on anything. I wonder if anyone is winning in your challenge of turning 500 into a million. I guess if they bought Thursday, November 18th, sold Monday, November 22nd, then they might not have lost. They might not have lost everything in December if they were trying the zero DTE plays. If turned 500 into 1123s. What did I buy for Baba? I can't seem to sell my calls when they're up. It's like a mental illness. Oh, I bought two 115s for tomorrow. AMD having a nice bounce on 145. I hope the volume persists and pushes it back up. Do I stake crypto? Do I have any staked crypto? Some Cardano, I think, is staked. I've turned 25K into 40K into 15K. Does that count? Am I in the race? Well, only 15K to get a visceral. Is it in? Is it FINRA that only gets reported to by the institutions that choose to report? Yeah. Or the SEC does a short report. I think S&P does one, but it's not public. And I think they only do it when right before the rebalance. I do wonder if sometimes their data shows up other places though. Odds that 510s go in the money during January action. The odds? I could slim. If the odds were high, it would be priced in. Of course the odds are low. Super, super low. But there's a chance. Assuming 40% SI and AMC reports are accurate, what's the impact on Citadel long theory? Obviously not short squeeze target with big float. Just because it has short interest doesn't mean it's from Citadel, right? OG rules. Why do you guys assume that all short interest in the market is created by Citadel? Citadel went long on AMC. At worst, they're very well, or at best, they're very well hedged. Have you noticed any other institutions jumping in to buy after JPM's announcement? We're getting added to more ETFs like every day right now. Don't forget Susquehanna. That can't be retail alone. It's definitely not retail. But AMC had what, 70% short interest in January? With the share dilution, obviously that went down. I'm not saying they covered their shorts, right? I'm just saying Citadel flipped their position from short to long. Long volatility, and then long on the stock as well. You have to remember with that much liquidity available in the pool, it's very easy for them to turn their positions around, go from long to short, short to long. I mean, yeah, it affects the price of the underlying. Citadel's flip is likely what caused that run up to $70. Um, but they flipped it, right? And then they can start shorting at 70 and buying back in at 30, making obscene profit. You can just look at the incoming 13Fs, Russell or Jason Knoll. During MOASS, how do you know some shorts will just be swept under the rug, which is the real accountability that all shorted stock must be purchased back? Where is the accountability that all shorted stock must be purchased back at market price? I mean, they'll definitely have to buy back everything they've borrowed. So if there was a locate and a lender, those will have to be bought back. Lots of them will likely get netted off, um, but many will be purchased. The lender forces the buy-in. You have to remember that the clearinghouse at the point of liquidation will take over their assets like that. There's no like, oh, give us a day or anything like that. A forced buy-in is in fact forced. Do you think because Citadel went long correlates with the MSM pushing strong on popcorn? Absolutely. No, Citadel doesn't get GFEs. There's a site that processes all the 13F submissions that can accept formatted queries. Hmm. Fintel, I think, has an API. Or Unusual Whales, maybe. What does being netted off mean? It means that CNS allows FTDs to be netted. You have a short sale. If there is a matching unfilled buy order, poof. I'd love a fake squeeze. Me too. I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty fucking awesome. Is there potential that X amount of options exercised at a single point in time could just pop this thing off? Yes. What's happening with the screen? I'm gonna have a seizure. Why? You can't look at, it's just 4 lines of candles instead of one. No, CNS won't prevent a squeeze. CNN, well, JPM would get their stock back, right? So short hedge fund. Oh, crap. Okay, hold on. No Epic Pen. I need to fix this. God, I hate this fucking program. All right. So, short hedge fund goes and buys the stock. The price of the stock goes up. The shares they buy are returned to the lender. And then the lender can then sell those shares. Right? But Citadel has, like, the liquidation of short hedge funds has raised the price of the stock. Right? So if their forced buy-in is occurring, and pushes the stock from 150 to 900, and then JP Morgan gets their shares back, they can then sell those shares at 900, right? So they've profited greatly. Not only have they made money on the borrow fee for God knows how long. Lucid thoughts about price action. Is it doing anything like particularly interesting? I can switch out XRT. Looks good. Coming up. The daily kind of over consolidated on this trend. It needs to break 40 before it really has. I mean, it's just been chopping between like what 36 and 40 for a few weeks now. The fuck is XRT? There we go. Ooh, MD coming up nicely. 2x on my Baba puts or calls. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Maybe not. I guess I'll just wait. I'll just wait. Hmm. Oh, okay. All right. So Baba's done. And then AMD I'm waiting on. XRT just gapped up. Okay. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. All right. Why no more Baba? I I took my like 3x or 4x. That was more than sufficient profits. I only had two calls. I did buy some XRT Jan 14 9650s. Is today an indication of them covering FTDs to get it off reg show list rather than forced buying on the 6th? It could be. 914's a bit soon. Unless you're going to be like in the money or something. I would say that 914's a bit soon. XRT is not a fast mover. I know I said I want to play weeklies, but I bought a few XR2 weeklies end of day yesterday and sold them this morning. Only like 100 profit, but that keeps me away from the dumpsters for another week. Fair enough. I like what AMD is putting down. I like what it's trying to do quite a bit. I've doubled down my contracts twice now. So it's starting to get to a point where I have quite a bit of money riding on that. Well, I guess not that much, but like $1,000. But they're one DTEs right now, so risk is high. Would you play XRT for Jan Feb exposure? I am, yeah. I have 10 XRT 90s for Feb 18 and 5 95s, right? Didn't I buy 95s? Oh, yeah, they're right here. 95s. That's what AMD play. Ideally, at this point, I'll just take a test of 150 so I can get out of my calls without taking a big loss. Should be a good day for the SPY. It's looking okay. Oh, I bought AMD for next week. I'm obviously the better trader. Nice try, Carl. You can't be better at trading than me when you're copying my play. When do you feel a good time to get into DDS would be? Interesting. I wonder why people would be so curious about DDS. Sometimes the moderators forget that they can be timed out too. Ha ha ha. Free Carl. Okay, this is basically my first time making money trading, and I don't entirely remember how to transfer money from TDA to my bank. I never thought money would flow that way. I've had those weeks. I hope in 2022 retail sees IPO scams for what they are. Yeah, me too. That would be really cool if retail would stop bag holding for the rich elite when IPOs come to market. Don't do that, guys. It's dumb. Let someone else hold their bags. GME is doing a little thing there. I think if GME can break the 155 puts today, we may be able to test the 160s, right? And if we can get enough pressure on those, we could actually see some decent price improvement. Maybe I should pick up like a little safety option here. What kind of prices are we looking at? Grab one of these. Make that pricing too. Do you need those on this account? No. I already have enough. Hmm. Oh. Loaded up on IRNT Febs this morning. This thing ain't done. Interesting. Probably not. Can AMD really test 150 today? Absolutely. DDS does not have a lot of volume. And the options are expensive as fuck. And all over the place. Jesus Christ, the spreads are insane. Oh, interesting. AMD's volume's low today. It's kind of problematic. What's a conservative price target for January? Fucking depends on what price we approach it at. Like if we jump up to 200 on the 10th, then, a test of 350 is very possible. Like they say, lightning always strikes the same place twice. So I just got some mail from ADP and TD, which I use for my retirement accounts. Everything's being transferred, and trading is restricted from Jan 25th through Feb 13th. What the fuck? Is that for like 401ks or something? Do you think GME can go above 200 between 110 and 112? Yes, I think that's possible. Wait, is Carl back, or is he just timing people out from the shadows? Are you an inside trader for Dillard's? No. Whoa. Whoa, average Joe. Whoa. Fidelity shortable to 257K. This is good, by the way. What would you do with a fake squeeze? Sell all my fucking options. Buy back in at the bottom. We've kind of had like fake squeezes already, right? Like GameStop going from 150 to 300 is not normal. That's not normal price action. Or 150 to 350. We're used to it, but that's fucking weird. You buying cat puts after you close your calls? What if I'd never close my calls? God, I love Caterpillar. I wonder if it's gonna break 210. Oh, I can keep the SPY open. That's nice to look at. SPY's doing some nice moves. Buying cat puts after you close your calls? Maybe not. If we're going into SLD, then yeah. But I can time people out whilst I'm timed out. This is true, Carl. Also, great use of the word whilst. LPX. Louisiana Pacific. It's a rail line? These are hammered down from the supply issues, right? No, not anymore. I mean, it looks good. Slow growth, but steady. Like slow but strong growth. Like $80 leaps are probably just like a solid investment. I don't know too much about their fundamentals. I know Buffett buys into railroads a lot. I don't think he bought into that one, but he's bought into others. AMD for the new year, barring a market crash, I think I would expect. I'm My price target for 2023 for AMD is like $220, especially if they can maintain the ridiculousness of their earnings. Last time I was in a mall, I took a Plotkin at Dillard's. That sounds extremely bullish. Dumb question, but how would you know it's a fake squeeze? We'd be missing signs. Like borrow rate wouldn't rise, or we wouldn't see a shift in flow trend for ETFs. Um, Short volume would remain around the same. There's a lot of things I'd be looking for to determine if the squeeze is in fact real, but those are some of them. I really can't quit trading Caterpillar. It's becoming an addiction. I'm not entirely happy with it. FOMO into more Febs now or nah? I'm gonna wait. Next FTD date, Jan 10th. Well, every day is an FTD date technically. From well now through the end of January, because we've already got market maker FTDs coming in. We don't start seeing ETF FTDs till the 10th and after. But then it's both, right? And that starts to create some fun stuff. So your real name is not Joffrey Dillard. It's not. Why does GME always rise $50 in 15 to 30 minutes instead of over a longer period? Volatile. Oriented strand board. What? Uh, yeah, XRT is doing good today. I just want to say thank you, Carl Zakura, for all your DD daily TA and for this stream. Good actors are expensive in New York, but you managed to find an up and coming actor cheap who can run the stream. He's okay. What? I don't know the fuck you're talking about, Johnny. Um, Stop using my name as a verb. I'm the only reason some of you degens might get rich. Is Plotkin trending on Twitter? What if GameStop or LRC makes an announcement either today or tomorrow? Will you miss out on Feb calls? I have 100 of them, so I don't think so. Predictions on the market's economy in 2022 versus 21. That's tough. That'll depend heavily on the market's reaction to Fed tapering. Uh, and it will also depend on when we see a rise in interest rate. That will likely be what catalyzes any kind of steep correction or crash. Volatile because of illiquidity? Yes. Anyone else on me doing its thing? It's still under $7. I want to apologize from yesterday. I agree with Girk now about time against retail. The more time that goes by, the more opportunity shorts have to hedge and cover, and liquidity could increase. Yes. Also, unfortunately, many people in the GME play are have put more money in than they can afford to lose for a longer period of time than they could afford to stake that capital already. So it's a crunch. But the value of the long term investment remains regardless. Will another year be enough for them to slip out? That's hard to say. Sentiment can turn on a dime. Bullish announcements from GameStop could trigger a squeeze long before they're completely out of their positions, right? It could take them a very long time to unwind what they got themselves into, years, without severely damaging their profits. Why don't you just at me? Why would I at you? Not another Dan. You were describing me. Oh, I see what's going on here. Can you comment on the theory that you're a financial cyborg sent back in time to save retail traders from future corporate overlords? Huh. X, you are my favorite X already. You've already cemented your place in my cold cyborg heart. I am down on my positions. Fake squeeze, come at me. GME doing a GameStop pattern. I mean, as long as the volume is low, I don't think we're going to see too much price improvement, right? We may see these like small like $5 channel hops, right? As they shed puts and place puts further out. But until we start to see that ETF volume flow in, I don't think we're going to see significant upside moves, right? And we've got a little while before that happens. The only reason I'm looking to the fifth and sixth is because that's when XRT starts to get thresholded. Like once the shorting's cut off from XRT. And so I want to buy my calls before then, but it's still like a little earlier than I would want to buy my calls purely based on the information we have about GameStop. But I feel like that 4 days is worth paying for just in case. Have you decided what NFTs you'll create? No, but I had some ideas. Fly for the next couple of weeks. Also, is BBKC firing? Shouldn't be. No. I don't want to look at it, but probably not. Damn it. I'm going to go look at it. It is not. Not yet. A few more days. Interesting. Very interesting. It should be, though. Hold on. I just need to look at this manually because this fucking indicator sucks. No. But if we get like another day of price improvement like yesterday, then we should be lined up. Oops. God damn. Yay. Go AMD. Best trader ever? Yes. So proud of myself. Bollinger Band Keltner Channel Squeeze. It's a low to high volatility indicator. Did we discuss OpenSea's valuation yesterday? Impact on future GME value? A little bit. Is XRT being covered now? Seems pretty fast motion for an ETF. Probably some, but this could also just be like creation, or the stopping of the constant stream of short interest. Are you going to be NFT the drawing of DRS and options doing an Eiffel Tower on the hedges only after MOASS? I was going to register, but they asked for evidence of my creations. Is there an option for not safe for work NFTs? Probably not through GameStop. What's a good entry price for AMD stock post MOASS? I actually don't hate where it's at right now. I think lower is better, but honestly, like after MOASS, I would probably, unless there's a steep correction in the market due to MOASS, which there very well could be, then I would be looking probably further out for a correction before utilizing any of that cash. Bill Shaw, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Does buying, selling, or shorting of an ETF affect its selling price? Or does it solely track the underlying stocks? It should solely track the underlying stocks. Otherwise, you have a deviation from net asset value, right? Or NAV. bull trap? No, just picking up volatility. For the love of God, can you please check Ko-Fi? I did. Bouncing off the disman zone like 3 times. Do you have any further insights or thoughts about the ETF data from Turdford yesterday? We're looking into the correlation between fund flow and FTDs. I would assume that in the hope that we can determine how much fund flow is specific to GME. GME should be harder to obtain from ETFs since the Russell 2000 rebalance. Like the amount of GME they can obtain per day is significantly decreased, right? So yeah, we want to see, like, if we could figure out the amount of actual creation that goes towards GameStop specifically, that would be very useful information in predicting GameStop's future movements. RT, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Appreciate it. Make sure, guys, if you haven't already and you are a Dillionaire, check out the Discord. It's, you're paying for it, might as well use it. You can check the announcements tab for instructions on how to link your YouTube and Discord accounts. And that will open up the Dillionaires channels for you. If you have any problems, feel free to DM me, and I will get that taken care of for you. One thing that's bothering me is that MM's been keeping GME price below DFE quadruple down on 150 at 156. How is this a good idea? Why would they do this? At these low prices, GME is getting bought. I don't think they care about that. I think they care about covering their FTDs at as low of a price as feasibly possible. Tell everyone the truth. A Dan bit your finger, and that's why you have an ouchie. That's not true. But Dan would never have access to my finger, let alone near or around its mouth. We probably talked about this over the last 7 months, but if they had 1 billion shares short and they covered 1 million in volume per day, it would take like 1,000 days. Is that too simple of a thought? No, but 1 billion's a lot. It seems excessive. I'm not saying it won't be 1 billion shares sold short, but you have to remember that most synthetics are netted off, right? So like the actual accumulation of synthetic shares in the float is probably not very significant over time. So, is there maybe like 100% or a little more than that additional shares sold short? Because a lot of the shares sold short are from the actual float, right? And we know that for the most part, the FTDs created or resolved. I think that it varies. I don't think it's like a stagnant number, right? Like I assume as we move into FTD creation, the short interest and synthetic float go up. And then as we move out, it goes down, right? As the FTDs are covered. I would imagine they also benefit from keeping the price this low and moving out of other longer held short positions, right? Like shorts that they have at 180. This is a great time to buy them back, is it not? It's not usually your fingers we're after. Is it wrong that I just laughed out loud when you referred to a Dan as an it? No. Come lose money with us over on the Discord. Dan Power. Thanks, Daniel Rock. Great advertisement. So you're going to see GME's worst case scenario for them borrow quantity wise and then try to figure out what other stocks might be in the top 5 of the fund flow or no other stocks. Oh, all the other stocks. I heard a story about some 20-year-old contractor sticking his hand in a tiger cage at a zoo and them having to shoot the tiger name. Shoot the tiger. The tiger's name was Dan. Interesting. Can you please summarize the major takeaways from those Excel spreadsheets yesterday? Lots of large numbers on there. What mean? We're looking into ETF fund flow, Stefan. You'll just have to wait. This is the amount of money and ownership going in and out of ETFs during various periods of time. That will give us an idea of when we see specific action in fund flow, will that create FTDs, and within what window can we see those FTDs? If you were them, would you short it hard back to 130 or lower if possible next week ahead of Jan's exposure? Or is keeping volatility stable like this more important for them? I don't know how much more they want to try to short it. Their last attempt driving the price down wasn't wildly successful. I mean, they did an okay job getting us down to 130, but they were unable to sustain it for long. We were, back over 140 rather quickly. We're now, at 153. It's hard for them to keep it down, right? Especially because they're incentivized to buy stock at those prices, right? Should I quit asking my question because you're choosing not to answer or keep trying? I may not have seen it. Am I on top chat again? Oh, yes, please ask it again. I'm sorry, Jen. Only 44% of the people in here liked the stream so far. Come on, dudes. If you guys could like the stream, it's a big help. It's all I ask for. That and a subscribe if you want to see more of me. Otherwise, fuck off. Interesting. No, just an example. Kevin Williams. Why are Gen 21 950s the best play? And can you explain to my mom why I'm smart? She's watching next to me. Tom is a very smart boy. He has all kinds of great big ideas. You should be proud, Tom's mom. I want to see more of you, but you won't share the OnlyFans link. I went a little heavy on the foreplay. I know you're ashamed of our relationship, but it's completely natural to want the hive mind that bad. Dan is life. Dan is love. Dan is Dan. Oh, God. How much money would someone need to buy the safest option that would still apply pressure? Safest is... so, Jen, safest is relative to your own risk level, right? If you're talking about like absolute, like extremely safe options contracts, you're talking year out expiration, 30-40% in the money. And those are not cheap. I mean, you're talking, so like Jan 20s calls 150. So you want at least like, even prefer a higher delta than that. Oh, that's unusually expensive. So like 120, $7,200. $7,200 would be like a very relatively risk adverse long term call. Like Jan 2023 120s. Very stable. Technically, at that point, slightly more safe than owning the actual underlying. Because due to your theta and vega, you're more resistant to fluctuations in the price on a day-to-day level. Does AMD look like it will break this ascending wedge? I fucking hope so. But $7,200 for 100 shares of GameStop is still half off, right? Does AMD look like it will break? Sorry if I missed. What are the difference between short and long FTDs? What effect do they have? I mean, they need to be netted. So a long FTD would need a matching short sale, and a short FTD would need a matching long, right? So one creates short pressure, one creates buy pressure. Fortunately, long FTDs not nearly as common on GameStop as the short ones. But yes, any synthetic creation, ETF FTDs are different, and because they're a creation, they're always long. Because it's not a short sale, right? It's just a sale. So they create a basket, they move the parts around and get as much GME as they feasibly can. Then they go to market and they sell it. They owe the ETF, but there's no short sale on GameStop. So ETF FTDs, when they're covered, just means they need to buy GameStop. Why do you keep asking for my money? I'm living behind a Wendy's already, FFs. Wait, Glider, no, you can keep your money. It's fine. I didn't want it. You've given it to me now. With fund flow ETF data now available, how safe are Feb 510Cs? I mean, they still need to be considered a volatility play, right? They're like 500% out of the money. Baba Kraken 120. Cool. It looked kind of flat to me. I don't want to continue holding it. It is looking nice. It's coming up. It can rip. Don't get me wrong. If it breaks 120, there's lots of room to the upside on this. But I had one DTEs and like 4x them, so I'm perfectly okay with 5x them. Yeah, I'm okay with what happened. I'm not super concerned with anything beyond that. Can you go full screen view for higher resolution mugshots, please, Captain Pickleton? I can make my face bigger. Is that what you want? I could be like this big. I'm not gonna lie. Being able to adjust the size of my head does feel like a superpower. It wouldn't if I was sitting alone playing with my camera. But with thousands watching me, witness my power. God, I'm good looking. All right. Okay, guys. Ain't nobody got $7,200 anymore? That's just not true. Lots of people have. I have $7,200. Moonwind might have lost it, but he may have $7,200. I can say with all my heart that if I sent these super chats to other financial YouTubers, I'd be banned from everywhere. Love you, bud. We've really done a great job collecting the degenerates of the financial world. How far behind on chat am I? Jesus Christ. Um, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. A serious question. Any thoughts on FTXD ETF? I believe they previously had a significant portion of GME. They had significant weight, but not a lot of shares. Different. Jen, thank you. Trying to help apply pressure, but I think it's out of my financial reach, and I don't have enough experience to play riskier and maybe cheaper options. Appreciate the insight all the same. Not a problem. And holding the stock is fine, Jen. Believe me, everyone appreciates the effort, but yeah, if you don't understand, no one wants to see anybody else lose money, and that's a very good tact. Like, you know, if you don't understand them and you don't want to take the risk, avoid them at all costs. Hugo explained the thought process of buying two deeper out of the money options versus one closer to the money, aka 1050 for Feb 18th 200 strike versus 520 for 2 Feb 18th 270 strike. The closer you are to the money, the less risk you're taking. The further out of the money you are, the more risk you're taking that the price doesn't see those levels. Like a 200 has a very high probability of going in the money, whereas a 270 you may have to sell on an IV spike. There's psychological aspects to that at play, especially with GameStop, where it's like we're breaking 250. Is this a squeeze? Is this not a squeeze? That can put you in danger of not selling those 270s equitably and taking profits, but holding them in the hopes that the price will continue higher and not realizing that value. Whereas at 200, if we're testing 250, you're deep in the money. Even if the price slips $10, your profits are very secure, right? These are, and this is kind of the difference between the two. Is one is more of you're taking a position possibly as a trade with the hope that it continues running, whereas the other, you're taking a call that is likely to end up in the money and fairly safe. I've said it a million times, but thank you for contributing to the most valuable things on this planet, knowledge and time. Thanks, Carl. Just made a decent 50% on AMD calls. Any plays you see in the market, bored and feel like gambling, that's when you should stop. Benjamin, if I can ever give you some good advice as a trader, if you're feeling bored and like you want to blow some money on the market, walk away. Turn your computer off, end it for the day, especially if you've just taken profits. Can they create an ETF unit, open it, sell GME, buy said ETF from the market to return? They still need to return the underlying for a creation basket. I've never been on Morant's channel, Nicole Biz. Yesterday, 1041, green candle of our run. Today, 1041, first two straight green candles. Just saying, it's probably an algorithm set to buy at a similar time. Could be somebody moving into a large position and cost basis averaging. They just have a standing order, 1041 every day, whatever market price is. Do you have an acquaintance with DFE? There have been questions about some of the donations, but no, I've never spoken with him personally. Uh, with his power, his ego grew 100 times that day. In support of your HD camera, lower resolution to keep you normal. Thanks. I appreciate you helping me stay grounded, Dr. K. Do you think 85% Feb calls and 15% April's is a prudent choice? It could be. It's more risk adverse. So The further out you buy, the lower strike you buy, the more you reduce risk. It's very simple. XRT at the apex of a bull flag. No, it's not. By God, someone ready the trebuchets? Pi-Fi's a witch. Thank you for the honest advice. I work full time. I'm furloughed for the holidays, hence the boredom. That's fine. Paper trade or something then, if you wanna be in. But yeah, if when you start getting that itch, that's a bad itch. Dodge it. That's how you move from prudent day trader to degenerate gambler. Is AMD breaking down? I don't think so. What do you think this inverse intra-hour cup and handle? No. No, no, no. Do you think Feb 30 300 still have a decent chance at this point in the process? I've averaged down already. Thanks. Trey, I think at worst they will see significant volatility improvement. Right? Which is what they always were, was a volatility play with the hopes that they would go in the money. We do expect price action. We do expect volatility. These things will come to fruition regardless, but yeah, at worst, I think you'll see an improvement in price due to volatility and a significant improvement in price. And I think at best, you'll see those go into the money. I think anything up to 350, there's a shot that it goes in the money. Anything after that, it gets a little flaky, right? Like that would be testing new all-time highs for GameStop. That's a different scenario entirely. If that starts happening, shit's gonna get pretty crazy. Is AMD gonna hold this, or are we gonna consolidate back down to the 60? SPY's kind of flat right now. Jesus Christ. Look at this. See, this is, especially on GameStop, with a bid-ask spread as wide as we have, this is just pure manipulation, right? This is low volume, high put interest, masking FTD covering. How many trades would you do on an average day, and how long would you spend evaluating the underlying? That's a tough question. Trades on an average day. Sometimes one, sometimes six, sometimes six in the same stock. The research hours and hours and hours. Like just the Pickles picks usually take, I guess maybe I do a little extra research on those, but those usually take me about 12, 13 hours, around there. And then sometimes, like, if you guys are ever concerned, try to remind me, because like this week I did forget, right? I forgot to post them. Fortunately, a lot of people were able to listen in at market open on Monday, but if they're not up by like Sunday night, feel free to send me a reminder. But I do put a little extra into those because I know people are gonna fucking copy them and not use them for their intended purpose, and so I try to make a little extra sure that they're a bit safer. There's a lot that I kind of that I don't post because the risk factor is very high. Um, but yeah, I would say most of the time is spent researching. Very little actual time spent trading. Most trades are 20 to 30 minutes. A lot of days I wouldn't even trade. If I didn't like market conditions, I would just bail and come back a different day. Um, there's a lot of waiting for entries. Um, you want to try to at least make sure that you're getting in on a good entry. You don't want to just enter something for the sake of entering it. So it's hard to say. There's a lot of variables, I guess, would be the answer to that. There's been days where I've like traded growth on Tesla and like I've been in and out of Tesla all day. Like it spikes, I sell, it consolidates, I buy in again, it spikes, I sell, it consolidates, I buy. And Tesla's had many a day that ran like that. So and on a day like that I might have, 15 trades or something, but they're all on the same stock. Have you closed all your GME calls or just not showing them on your stream account anymore? Gone dark? I've closed all I had in WeBull was January calls. This account doesn't have a lot of funding. Like I have some money in it, but it's not a ton. Um, so I closed all my January calls, except for my 160s and 180s. My Feb calls are in a different brokerage. Like with the amount of cash in that I have in Webull right now, I would only be able to buy like one or two February calls, or maybe three or four. Not very many. Also, those are calls that I have intentions of exercising, and Webull is not the place for that. So mostly in Webull on GameStop, I'll play like weeklies or like higher risk options. How many Feb 200 versus 300 do you have? I have 20 at 200 and 40 at 300. Yes. I have five 180s. This is just gonna fuck me now, isn't it? You bitch. It's gonna bounce. Well, the trend's not even bad. It's just not getting the volume I want to see though. Spy's trying to break 480 today. Wonder if it will. Triangle on XRT, 15-minute chart. If not, just drawing Doritos. Consolidation. Looks good. It's bullish. Failures maintaining VWAP, so I would expect that it'll continue to run. We also kind of know it'll continue to run based on other factors, right? If the 1 minute wasn't so exciting, I would use the 5 minute more often. Jan 10 and 12. What's the next big jump date? The 20th, I believe. We have ETF FTDs starting on January 10th all the way through February 8th. Nonstop. Every day there will be ETF FTDs. Have you considered the volume on GME as a quarter of what it should be because it's only a quarter of your screen? No. I don't like reminding you to do pickles picks. I feel too demanding. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry, Carl. That's the least of my of the annoying things or demanding things I have to deal with in a day. Manipulation through low volume and high put interest, masking FTD covering. Thank you for explaining this for a smooth brain. Yeah, absolutely, Kevin Ma. If we could only get one contract to contribute to the pressure on Jan, which would you recommend? I mean, that depends on so many factors. Cowboy Chipmunk, and most of them very specific to you, right? I mean, if you want to contribute the absolute most pressure, uh, literally any contract further than Feb 8th with a delta of 1, or that is likely to realize a delta of 1. Can you take us through your research routine? Absolutely not. If you guys want to learn to research stocks and pick stocks, learn to do it on your own. I'm not here for that. There's a good lesson to learn in that also, that anybody who is willing to give you that information doesn't make money on it. Or they don't make enough money on it. What do you think of my Riot Feb 30 calls? Degenerate or optimist? Riot is the one I've been able to consistently call a year and actually make solid money. Riot's probably fine. How's Bitcoin? Bitcoin's coming up a bit today. Low right now. I don't even. The only thing I've ever played Riot and Mara for is gapping to fill. Bitcoin's kind of just accumulating right now. We'll probably see it move up soon. The only thing I ever play Riot and Mara for is to like capture overnight moves in Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin runs hard overnight, usually like this is an easy play for people to do or look into. You don't necessarily trade it, but if Bitcoin runs really hard overnight, more than like 3%, you'll see Riot and Mara usually climb the following day. Smoke Dizzle, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. You can't have my scanners. Why is it that options prices move slowly up, but on the slightest turnaround, they slam back way further than they have raised, even though the underlying is higher, for example?
Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMCs,
Oh, because of shift in volatility. Because on small price moves, right, a shift in volatility will have a greater effect on the price of a contract than a move in the underlying price. To get the Pickles picks, you have to be a Dillionaire, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I usually talk about them immediately on stream, but to know about them in advance or know the strategy behind them, yes. That's because Dillionaire is not focused on GameStop and the stream is, right? Like one is for people that are interested in trading or learning to trade and being with other like-minded individuals who are also doing that. I think that creates a good environment for learning. But that's really all it is. The Pickles picks are there to just give an idea of trades that I would consider entering. They're not like a here, go throw money at this. I think people do. They tend to be amazing. But that's just because I'm great at what I do. Ghost of Dan. I learned to pick stocks by hearing about a stock that was going to short squeeze about a year ago, buying 4 shares, and then adding my life savings over time. This is how a pro does it. It's so fucking true, though. Yes, many of us here have done similar things, Ghost of Dan. I sent you a DM on the Discord yesterday about getting added to the country club. Oh, maybe I missed it. You can, Taylor, you can, if you go to the announcements channel in the Discord, the instructions are there. Sorry about that. They're pinned. If you go to the pinned posts in the announcements channel, the instructions are right there. You can also Google link my YouTube and Discord account. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to miss your message if I did. And Pigeon Wheel is for folks like me who just despise the fours. How weird does the Dillionaire stream get? I don't think it gets that weird. It's mostly just we spend a lot of time talking about other stocks, not just GameStop. I guess we talk. It's more of a focused discussion, I guess. I don't know. Maybe someone else could describe it better than me. Where can you find the short, long volume data that you started including in daily posts? Apologies if they've been asked, shared. Stock Sarah has it for free. Curious how GME is never on your Pickles picks. That's not true. Thank you for confirming my concerns about you being illiterate, Moonwind. I'm doing well with my poor man's covered call. Awesome. Is there a way to become a Long Johnson via Ko-Fi? I just have a weird thing about giving my Google my CC from a past experience. No, there is not. I don't know how to. So the problem with that is like Long Johnson, the only thing it gets you on is on YouTube, and it's access to the members only stream. And so if YouTube can't verify your membership status, then you wouldn't have access. And like YouTube can't verify a membership through Ko-Fi. So I don't have any membership levels set up on Ko-Fi besides Pontiff of VWAP, which is a joke. I should really get rid of that. The Dillionaire stream is simply a regular daily stream for more experienced people of the community with less elementary questions. We do also discuss other plays outside of GME. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good assessment. Does anyone know if today or tomorrow is the last day I could tax harvest some of my loser stocks? I think for stocks it's today, options it's tomorrow, but I can never remember. So what insane cost will Pigeon Whale become after MOASS? It'll just be the same. I think Pigeon Whale is the maximum you can charge for a membership on YouTube. Any update on Ferg's data you were looking at yesterday? We're still trying to. We're still. I think Bob Smith is working on matching the FTD data with the fund flow data. So it's taking a little time, I'd imagine. Just bought 3K of meme? Interesting. How much is Pontiff? $250,000. There's also a few sarcastic questions and less weird Dan stuff in the Dillionaire Discord. Fewer Dans. Thanks, Turd, for letting me know. Everyone's excited to hear about the fund flow data. God, I wish I bought GME under $10 a share. So does everyone else, including myself. The innocent days when you thought people wouldn't throw $100 at you. To be fair, yes. I really did not expect the interest. I was up late thinking about selling my fractional DRS share for $500 million while chugging a koala when one thing led to another. So I have a new name and also chlamydia. It's... Oh boy. You don't wish you bought it $5. You wish you didn't sell it $5.25. About GME 30% at 17, Palantir at 15. God, I hate Palantir so much. I know how you feel. It's just, in Palantir's defense, they've been around for like a decade and have never made money. So it's not unusual that they've continued to do that. Little update about Lucid 40s for Jan 7. I'm up 40% at the moment. Still looking good. Cool. Watch them. Lucid can turn around quick. XRT is about to fail my Dorito on the 1 minute. Oh god, no. It's okay. Has Jimmy been your longest experience with edging? Turdberg is Burry. He's not. I wouldn't talk to him if he was. You still believe in them GME Feb calls? I would say so. What stocks am I showing? GME, AMD, XRT, and SPY. I miss Koala Hugger. He makes Pi-Fi say bullish things constantly. Yeah, but it's just like he's just like another person like digging for attention. Like none of the points he was making were valid or had any basis in fact. So it's just like a pointless argument. Like, when the financial system collapses, my registered shares will be in my name. No one gives a fuck. No one to sell them to, and no way to sell them. The brokers have been destroyed in this world-ending event. Sometimes I feel like you're a living 8 ball. Thanks. What do you think of Sava today? Oh, I hate Sava. I don't care about it. I won't look at it. That's it. If you make millions on it, good for you. Oh, if he shows up, I'm just gonna time him out. I'm not in the mood today. The catch there is that a lot of people don't recognize all brokers on fire as a cataclysmic event. I'm aware. I don't know how. I don't know how that's not just super fucking obvious. JPal will crawl from the ashes to beg me for the shares of my name so that he can use their limitless value to rebuild the financial system from the ground up. Why do you personalize stocks? Certain ones. Sava's one of them. Because I understand what moves Sava, and I don't want to be any part of it. I know better. AMC short interest 4,000%. GME short interest 18%. AMC is the real play. You're an idiot, Roblox kid. Enjoy January's bankruptcy. I have a quick mill Andrea Paris. FOMO and institutional theft. Bat bones. Only 4,000% has it dropped since this morning. What's a Roblox? It's a digital platform for the exploitation of children and their parents' wallets. I can never tell if people are being serious about their view on AMC. I think he is. AMC. See, he can't even spell properly. He just spams ape emojis and says things. That's fucking smooth as glass. You've never created friction with a surface in your life, have you, Roblox kid? I just sold my fractional share on CS and it went through in 1.5 minutes. Congratulations. The fractional shares aren't actually held in CS, by the way. They're, I mean, they are, but they're not. Like, they can't be appropriately registered. Stu McDonald, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. Weird diss, bro. I was describing how smooth he was. It wasn't a weird diss. It was a great diss. Fuck you, JC. Chill. Nice, Matthew. I got arrogant with my spy gains and about a 1 DTE 480. I don't think 480 is out of the question on the spy right now. It's just having kind of a slow day. This whole week's been a bit consolidating as far as the market's concerned after that huge run. Ape, no fight, ape. Oh, Jesus. It's not a fight. You're just dumb. You're just saying dumb things and trying to defend yourself with dumb mottos. Does BlackRock pay biweekly or is it a commission or something? It's it's both. It's a scale. The ironic thing about that is apes really fight apes. They rip each other's genitalia off and faces, kill each other. They're very violent. Like chimps, extremely violent towards each other. Don't be upset about the shills. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, man. Thank you, Jax S. Happy birthday to you, too. What about bonobos? They just fuck each other like a lot. Chimps rip apart baby animals and eat them alive. They eat them alive. Oh Jesus! I'm just gonna get rid of this guy. He's not adding anything. Do you want to build a snowman? He's not a bot. He's been in here before. I'm fond of the monkey bread with the classy mustache. The one they sell in the frozen food aisle? Ban hammered. Thank you, Velvet Jupiter. I've been inspired by Pi-Fi Shilling and have purchased a baking steel for pizza as well as Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches. Are you satisfied with your purchase? Would you be willing to fill out a short 5-minute survey? That belongs on Super Stunk. Do you expect steady price movement until the 10th? Maybe. We may see some climbing, but not a lot. Customer service at CS told me I cannot DRS my Feb calls. I told them that they're shills and that I will find a way. Do you have any suggestions? Is boofing an alternative for options? Open a like IBKR account from Sweden and then buy options. They'll be registered in your name. Or Norway. Any one of those. Dude, I'm down like 46% on my Feb calls right now. And yeah, I'm just going to throw more money in next week. I don't know who you're trying to convince. I can't believe it's almost 1269 already. Me either. I'm going to update Reddit. I love how my daily thread has just turned into a place for people to fight with the 5 people that want to argue DRS in it every day. Like the entire comment section is DRS, Pi-Fi's a shill, I know about things. And then people being like, no, you're an idiot. And then just back and forth. Thinking of moving to Helsinki for those IBKR benefits would be nice. Plus, got St. Petersburg right down the street, so good fiber connection with the Russian market. Win. Nice. You think the best chance to reduce their short position is to get everyone used to the run-ups to 250 that they can condition people to sell at 250 and then flash crash the stock? Possibly. Adam Leong, thank you for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. It's not a macaque. Turdferg. I usually inverse YouTube stock plays to make money. However, when I inverse yours, I lose money. Can you explain this to me? It sounds like you need to adapt your system.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult, not a cult.
I don't care what you say. I in no way have any intention of influencing anyone's decisions on Reddit whatsoever. Adrenaline, dude, thank you so much. Hit me up in the Discord. I'll add you to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate it. What do you think the average day trader makes a year? I think it's like 60 to 90,000. Day trading their own capital, private capital. %90 of people who attempt it fail.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not
And the top, like the top 1% of day traders make, I think it's between 1.5 and 3 million a year.
Some GME lovers, not a cult, not a cult.
That's fair, Benjamin. I'm not saying, I've never said DRS is useless. It has an effect. The effect of it is misunderstood, but that's whatever. That's the average. Most day traders I know make, like, who are decent, make a couple 100,000 a year. Thank you for all your help, information over this crazy year. You're the sole reason for reducing my degeneracy in weeklies. Glad to know, man. So I'm better than all your day trade beds. You don't day trade. You just sell covered calls on your larger than average GME position. I wouldn't call that even trading. That's just like collecting interest off of retail investors. You're evil, Moonwind. You're the bad guy. My wife says I have an above average position. So get on your knees. Better Moonwind get the premium than Citadel's. Huh. I don't have knees. Oh, I can't help you. You know when you said you're the bad guy? I hope everyone watching said, duh. He thinks he's like some sort of hero making bearish bets on GameStop every week. Now it does. Before you just spent it on high end ramen and Teslas. Is it true your calves go down to your shoes? Like cankles? No. I have well defined ankles. Thank you. Just tuning in. Was wondering why your Brownie Bunch thumbnail shows you making a heart inside of an Illuminati triangle. Are you a member? And if so, how does one join? Asking for a friend. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone now has bad guys stuck in their heads. All I'm saying is my CCs will be the catalyst. All right, my hands are right here. What? Girk ties his shoes without bending his knees. Oh, no. No, I don't. I've seen people that do that. It's weird. My city is hosting AlphaCon soon. Are you going to be a featured speaker? I don't know what that is. It's like we're all going to battle to win more money for Feb calls. Some of us will fail and get burned, but those are necessary blunders for the wrinkliest of us will lever up. You can tell we're trading flat from looking at the chat. Yeah. Are 950 still a good play for January? No, I threw mine away. No IV. They were just for an IV spike in December. That's the only reason I bought them. I sent you a DM. Is it a fucking hamburger pie? Oh, crap. You did not send me a DM. You lied. Gurk is a member of the Deluminati. The initiation process is brutal and involves being soaked in brine for 69 days while chanting Gregorian hymns. Shh. We don't tell people about these things. What do you expect to rage quit the stream? Soon would be cool. Ooh. No. Pigeon whale chat. What's happened? Are you doing things again? Is that a Merlot? Do you find that drinking it out of a beer mug aerates it better? Thank you for that, Darth Dan. Do your shoes light up when you run? I haven't had LA lights since I was 6 years old, and my life has actually been worse ever since. Moon will become one of those cautionary tales like the boy that cried wolf, except it will be lost out on millions in 10 days because making 150 in profit on zero DTEs. We do a TED talk on the Dans. I did. It's a question about spy TA. Oh, okay. Is this on the daily? Yes. You should, if you're doing short term spy TA though, Dr. K, you should use the 4 hour. It trades a lot of volume overnight. That's a dog. Well, thank you, Hello Lurker. I appreciate you naming your dog after me. I'm honored. Could we find a flatter combination of stocks to watch? No. One-minute scale? Oh, bump and run reversals aren't the best on the 1 minute, Dr. K. They're more of a longer term indicator. Or they're more accurate on the long term. Like on longer time frames, an hour or greater, I would say. I don't care what you do with your 950Cs, opinionated asshole. So if you buy options on one of these triple leverage ETFs, you can really over leverage yourself. So that would be smart if you're a degen, right? That's not how that works. Thoughts on Baba? Is it finally turning around? And it looks good. It keeps running today. But this can just lead it to it crashing hard tomorrow. What was I looking at down here? God damn it. AMD. I would say it's unpredictable. What would you do to avoid the upcoming run of June and or MOASS and or the MOASS? Keep people from buying options. I think Carl posted it in the Pigeon Whale chat, Ben. Thoughts on Apple being pumped that short hedge funds don't look so bad for end of year profits? Possible, but more likely that Apple's just in like the most heavily weighted stock in basically every ETF. Don't buy options. I thought close to the money options are a good thing. What? No. Short hedge funds would not want you to buy options. Neither would market makers. That would be best for them. lot of people confuse that statement. Even Uncle Bruce told viewers this morning to lay off GME covered calls for a while. I agree. Gamma is how much should be hedged at the moment of purchase, correct? Theta is how much the contract is consumed daily. It's not daily, it's the rate at which the contract is consumed. And delta is what needs to be hedged. Delta hedging in order to remain delta neutral. If you were to consider my style day trading, then I would make all of your day trading more than all of your day trading buds. No, absolutely not even close. How much have you made this year? Profits off of selling covered calls. Give me an estimate. No, realized gains, Moon. And not on your buy-in of GameStop. Yep, I've read Leave Me Anon's ETF DD on Superstonk. It's okay. He missed some points, but he actually has a whole comment thread on my MOASS, the trilogy DD, that kind of goes over his thoughts on that. But yeah, his DD was integral into at least me starting to dig into ETFs. Well, those were realized, but are now being used somewhere else. Okay, fine. Just realized gains from covered calls. I know a guy who trades VWAP crossovers on the SPY and makes like fucking 600 grand a year. So I don't think you're coming close, man. Why, brother? Thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. It's not terrible. I'd say it's I wonder. I'll have to look at my cash secured put profits from this year. Over 500k volume. Is this MOASS? No, it's a test of 155. It's also not 500k volume. Oh, for the whole day. Never mind. Moonman just plays covered calls based on my DD. I've never told him when to buy or sell. I've told him not to sell covered calls because it's super risky. VWAP crossovers on the SPY, interesting. Can you go into more detail? Not really, because I'm not sure how he does it. He just has done it for so fucking long, the same thing all day, every day. He just trades shares and he buys in and then sells the peak and then buys the bottom and sells the peak, and that's how he makes his money. And it's the most beautifully brain dead thing I've ever seen. But he does it very, very, very well. Yeah, like a manual algorithm almost. He's very good at predicting the breakout. I mean, he's been trading the SPY for like fucking 30 years. Or the S&P. Draw a premium on CSP as well. I was thinking it was just used to essentially buy stock at a lower price. Yeah, you get a premium. I was interested in the wheel strategy, but haven't fully studied it. You need a lot of capital to wheel in a risk adverse fashion. A lot. Because you're essentially like market making, right? XRT ripping. I got 90-50 calls that I bought Monday still. Nice. Big ups incoming? Maybe. So just like we average down on our calls, can't short hedge funds average out their position to get out at a higher price? Yes. It takes a long time. I mean, if yeah, Stinky D, if you're decent at it, if you're decent at picking the stocks to wheel, you can make pretty solid profits. What's your take on the Fintel tweets? Didn't see them, don't care. Is it about AMD? I mean, it's not like I was looking to Fintel for short data anyway. Or is AMD calls looking rough? They're not looking great, but I have confidence in the current channel. We'll see. Either it breaks to the upside or it doesn't. I'm only down 42%. Not a big deal. I tried to message you, so I put on a Billionaire sub. You said we could make our own clips, so I did. I hope you like it. Oh, I'll check it out, B Watts. GME back to 190 today? Hmm. Let's see what happens at 160. Is this Mustafa? Like from the Lion King? Ooh, I think AMD is gonna break out. To higher lows. This is looking good. What calls do I have for Fab? I have 180s, 200s, 220s, 260s, 300s, and 350s. The majority of my open contracts are at 200, 240, and 300. Neo dead? I don't care, man. This guy just looking at 1 minute candles and saying nonsense? Essentially, yeah. Cerneal at 1111. If my cash could settle, that'd be great. Thanks. Are you still streaming this weekend? Like the members only stream? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Thinking of dumping popcorn. Thoughts on Jimmy going over the 155 wall? I mean, we just did briefly. If it's not personal, what's your average cost basis for your Feb 300s? I'm not actually sure. Hold on, I'll have to look. I don't have that brokerage open right now. Let me see. Uh, 7.6. 760. Mine are Feb 18s. the monthly contracts. I've just unlocked options on IBKR. Any you suggest looking at? Have you ever traded options before? EMA 250 still acting as a strong resistance. That and the massive put wall. Does Feb 18 encapsulate all the predicted dates and GEX from those dates? Yes. It's the first options expiration date with sufficient liquidity that captures all of that movement. Nope, gonna YOLO some and then I will research after. All right, man. Well, good luck. It's weird. Today, lots of stuff is moving inverse to the SPY, along with GME, AMC, COS, Lucid, Rivian, Visa, lots more. Visa's really just not breaking 220. But steady, I guess. After Jan 12, what's the next big jump date? January 20th. But volatility should pick up after the 12th. So what do you think of March 18th, 230C? I saw the are you talking about the big black order on that strike that came in like last week? It's interesting. How's the OI? How long have you been live streaming? New around these parts? Well, like 9 months now? Almost? Almost 9 months? Does the market open tomorrow? Yes. It looks like AMD is going to keep breaking up, maybe. Or try to. Yep, looking good. You've probably gone over it already, but what are your thoughts on the supposed squeeze before after New Year's and how that plays against your Jan prediction, for lack of a better term? Supposed squeeze before or after New Year's? Where did that come from? I don't see any reason that we would start squeezing until like a week and a half into January. OI 230 March. That's not bad. Our VIX call is a good shout for tomorrow's volatility. If a squeeze is happening before New Year's, is it better to hurry? Is it better to hurry up? Oh, it better hurry up. Yeah, seriously. Some Goldman Sachs dude said somewhere, and now that's the hubbub. Interesting. Lots of weird institutional signaling on GameStop lately. Yet I don't see anybody moving into positions yet. Just concerning. Like, we should be seeing more institutional interest, at least in the options chain. We could see more volatility tomorrow. Are you willing prepared to put as much work as you have into GameStop's research for another potential year if Jan predictions don't play out? I mean, I'm just going to trade the cycles at that point, right? And hold my shares and continue trading other stocks. I just take the 30% loss. I don't like this. Mm. That's an apparent ISIG squeeze based on what? Like, is it just squeezing? Interesting. Looks like it's continuing up. Curious. No options. I don't care about it. Is there covering going on right now? Yes, obviously. Still time for institutional options interest? Yes. Shift search click on month. 150 put last traded at 0.1. How is that possible? It's out of the money and 0 or 1 DTE probably. If the replicating baskets were unwound, what would it look like? It's hard to say. We see a lot of deleveraging from the hedges. Or de-hedging, I guess. Better way to put it. Can you talk more about what kind of institutional buying we're supposed to be seeing and why you think we aren't seeing it? I think we'd be seeing a lot more. First of all, a lot more buy pressure and volume. Also, more daily volume. We'd be seeing higher, higher open interest of like in the money calls being purchased. We're not really seeing that much flow. So it's odd to see so much signaling, like JP Morgan and now apparently some guy from Goldman Sachs. How strong is the 160 put wall looking? I mean, it's definitely still in place. You're still waiting to get into more febs. I don't need to watch this shit. I'm going to go back to full screen. Goldman squeeze before the new year. I think they're talking about that massive Goldman collar on the SPY that they're rolling between today and tomorrow. Interesting. Better pull the trigger now or wait to buy a fab out of the money calls. I mean, I can't say. Like, I'm waiting. Is that the best choice? Only time will tell. You're gonna regret selling your AMD this afternoon. I rolled down and out. At a $265 loss. I doubt I'm going to regret anything I do with AMD. JP said end of year into Jan. Any reason institutions would hold out for the new year? Yeah, we'd pack the losses into next year. Could dark pools be used to hide institution positions? Dark pools still print to the lit market. Cap breaking down? Like significantly or just a little bit? Ooh. Eh. I don't know. I'm not really. I'm not super concerned. If it falls below 205, I'll be worried. But yeah, I'm alright. This is looking good for a break of 160. What's your read on institutional interest via media versus institutional interest in current options chain? Price is really low if they wanted to get in. I know it is. Congrats, Referral. Maybe I'll pick up. I don't care if they're more expensive. Nostradamus. I also have plenty of February's already. Institutions didn't start piling in last gen until Jan 14th. Everyone can chill. Yeah, I agree. There's time. It's just weird that they're signaling. It appears that they're signaling ahead of buying in, right? Turd. Zzz. Oh shit. How about this for the wrong date? God, I hope there's some fucking OI. Gross. Should I sell these and take the loss? Fuck me. Goddamn son of a bitch. Oh well. So they go on the money. How do institutions and the rest of the smart money clubs signal each other? Bloomberg chat. Use WhatsApp. Probably. Why do you see GME run at the same time during the day? Dark pool dumps. Bloomberg subreddit. There is no probably. JPM admitted to using it and agreed to pay the fine. I know. Get out of here, Notson. Why are you TAing like just a slow moving ETF? Technically, Feb 7th is the date 1269. Because I have fun. Fair. Okay. I'm not going to argue that. I would say that intraday TA on XRT is not going to be super useful given its volume. Can you tell I am on chapter 2 of TA of the financial markets? Oh, okay. Any chance that year-end balance sheet concerns for short hedge funds is impacting the consolidating pattern? Are there reasons for the new year would matter to balance sheets? Who cares? Why is everyone so concerned with the fucking end of fiscal year balance sheets? What's stirring this up? My draw in trading view I'm getting today. T plus 2, 34C, 1123. I'm not sure. Uh, didn't we check this yesterday? I feel like we checked it. There wasn't any confusion. And there's confusion why it didn't line up in WeBull. Did you DRS your end of your balance sheets? Boredom, I guess. I think people want a catalyst. It's not one. You were in streaming last year when we all gathered to discuss the end of year balance sheets. We're just trying to include you in our traditions. I see. Thanks, Nesquik. Structural Weasel, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. What did you see in AMD that signaled you to roll out? Uh, the volume's not picking up enough, frankly. So I'm just getting eaten alive by Theta, right? Because it's just kind of trading flat, and those were 1 DTE contracts. So I rolled out to next week to reduce the Theta loss while I wait for the break to the upside to play out. Easy. It goes like this. See post, don't understand, ask you. Just add a little more discretion to your analysis of anything posted to Superstonk. Approach every DD with the thought in your head that the person writing it has no fucking clue what they're talking about. And then weigh the case. Somebody told Girk for me I didn't lose money on Tesla. I've tagged people a million times today and no one sees it. Congratulations, Windmill. I don't. Do you want a pat on the back? Good job. Can we break 160 this week? We could. Including mine. I agree. Hey, Girk, you know how I was telling you I finally made some money on options today? Well, I lost it all. Can I get a pat on the back? I think 180 is in the cards for tomorrow per my tweet to you. Tweet? You tweeted me? I don't check those. My Feb 300s just went up 0.2%. I'm happy as fuck right now. Congratulations, Wyland. Richard Farrington, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it, man. And if you guys have been following the daily DD, I said we're going to start to shift to seeing more short side FTDs, right, in the coming weeks. So we should expect a slow, gradual uptrend, but not anything significant. I don't think we're going to see any significant movement until a little bit later in January. I'd say at the earliest, like the 5th or 6th. My Feb 18 100Cs are up 50% today. I wish I bought more. Congrats, man. For XRT. I'm already filming the stream for a few weeks. What has been going on in terms of current theories heading into the new year? We've got FTDs from the short beginning in November's gamma exposure period starting to come in. On the market maker side, we're waiting for the ETF FTDs to start coming in on January 10th before we expect any kind of significant uptrend or significant price improvement. 1,000 end a day per my NFT of my tweets. Oh dang, XRT is saving me. I'm back in the green, baby. My own lunch is on me today. Congratulations. Define significant movement. Volatile upside potential. Non-violent upside potential. Do you think the slow upward movement to keep up with my Feb theta decay? I mean, it should help. Sometimes I feel like I'm a better engineer than a day trader, and I'm a terrible engineer. I think we're gonna see them continue to set up put walls until the ETF FTDs come in, right? So, you know, they started at 150, they moved up to 155, they have a position at 160. They'll probably, move into a position at 170, 180, so on. And while they're covering these market maker FTDs, So slow growth, but capped, right? They're going to keep trying to cap the covering. And they'll try to short it down at the end of the day, probably as best they can to manage the price the next day. The problem with doing this and the risk they take by trying to cap the upside and reduce the volatility in the stock is that if any buy pressure comes into the stock besides their own, it can blow up their put wall, which puts them in a rather awkward position of losing a shitload of money all at once. Fortunately for them, that basically never happens. Clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it, put wall. Oh, Jesus. Streaming tomorrow? The market's open tomorrow. Why wouldn't I be streaming? I see way more OI and calls than puts, but the puts are still there. JC. So using your exit DD, would this be the ascent phase? Yes. Once we start shifting to net short FTDs, we will start to see the price gradually increase. Sustained uptrend is what we're looking for. As interest in that sustained uptrend picks up, it becomes more volatile. That's what happened when Rentec bought in a few months ago before the run up. Yeah. They also sold, I believe. Like they just played the run up. Any New Year's Eve plans? Four Locos and a chain restaurant, maybe? That sounds fun. Want to join me? If squeeze doesn't happen in Jan and the cycle continues, will the short hedge funds eventually be able to get out of their short position? Given enough time. So that was MOASS, and we're selling after the peak. No. Shopify made $1.3 billion less than GME over the last 12 months and has a market cap of $184 billion, while GME is saying it's 12. What's the relevance? None. Not really, KO. Also, that is market manipulation. Like trying to schedule buys in a specific period would be considered market manipulation. Can we have 5% up like AMC is? Who cares? Negative $89 profit. Or price per earnings. Sorry. Are you talking about this? Like up here and the PE ratio? It's a ratio of the price per share to the earnings. It's used as a metric in value investing for attempting to determine if a company is over or undervalued. Don't get to ask me twice. That's your real address on my DMs, right? You got to use your ID at the Fridays though to get us in. So why is price improving today? Are they closing out their in the money puts? I mean, they're probably closing out the 155s. Unless they have confidence that they can bring the price back down below them by end of day. Has there ever been a stock where retail has owned this percent, ignoring SI? If institutions sold out of the stock and retailers just kept pushing it higher, they're essentially locked into the cycles. Yes, but usually on much smaller companies. 165 peak today? Maybe. It's still pretty early. I'm going to lay down a little resistance here at 60. Done and done. Is Jimmy the only ticker with strikes 8 times higher than the current trading price? No. AMC? There's a few. But it's unusual, yes. Also the fact that like the stock's trading at 158 and there's like $1 puts a year out. Is there a way to stop the MOASS once it starts? Probably not. OI continues to increase at the 155 put and 152.50 put. Okay, so yeah, they're probably going to try to bring it back down. See, they buy them now while they're out of the money and they're cheaper, and then they short the stock to drive the price to drive those options into the money, right? Increasing the delta and hence increasing the market maker hedge in their favor. Sort of the opposite of what we expect to do with Feb calls, right? What are the different colors on your price resistance support lines, man? Absolutely fucking nothing. Nancy Pelosi is buying calls on Google, Roblox, and Disney. Can we get together and front run her? Eh. She supposedly bought AMC at 45, so I'm not following her trades. I put in a limit buy order underneath the bid by a lot, but it filled at the mid, higher than my bid immediately. What? How do you have so many issues with your brokerages? Silicon bleach. Yeah, I did, Stefan. Useless. I'm buying calls on rich and powerful gilfs. Interesting. After 160 is 180. I'd imagine as long as they're covering market maker FTDs, we're going to see this continuous system of put walls be put in place in order to suppress price action and reduce volatility. What effect do the expiring puts established likely by short hedge funds in January 2021 mean for the price moving into the new year? Absolutely nothing. They're part of a replicating basket hedge against variant swaps. They don't mean anything. They are worthless. They're simply a hedge. If they are all sold en masse, it will have almost zero effect on the price action, maybe a penny or two. I don't even think there's enough delta value there to equal one share. Can we tear down the put walls with siege equipment? I know how to make a trebuchet. No. I have. I made a clip about 2 clips about put walls and how they work. You can check them out over on the stream clips. Oh, just somebody was asking about price earnings ratio. 218 200C is monthly and it costs $11.50 right now. Trying to understand the options chart on WeBull. What about it? Hashtag AMC squeeze trending. Who cares? I'm hungry. I'm gonna throw like a snack in the cooker. I'll be right back. Um All right. What did I miss? Nothing? Cat's climbing back up. XRT is still looking good. Baglietto 40 meter. Hmm. I don't hate it. It's got a nice look. It's very military looking though. I don't know how I feel about that. Also, that sun deck is fucking stupid. Wait, where did it go? Like, look at this little sun deck. Like, what is that? Space for one chair? I also don't see a pool anywhere, which would be a problem for me. Yeah, still not seeing a pool. I'm not going to swim in the ocean. I don't mind the internal decor. It's fine. Very hotel, though. It's not very personal. It's got kind of a cold feel to it. Yeah. Not for me, I don't think. If I have a 40-meter yacht, why do I have a wife? That seems you're doing it all wrong. Would much prefer a traditional pirate ship with a plank. Interesting.
There's no rules for institutional selling. I mean, if they have their shares in ETFs, they're not going to be incentivized to sell. I think that depends on how much money you make, Bear Power. There once was a man who took a plotkin. He held it in so long he blasted his bowl like a shotgun. Lovely limerick. See, but by not having a wife, you can afford the yacht because 50% of your net worth can't just disappear overnight. That's why you marry a woman who makes more than you. Collect that. Collect that palimony. Or alimony. Alimony. Palimony is if you're unmarried, right? I think so. I have a friend who divorced his wife and he gets alimony from her. I think it's hysterical. But that's what she got for marrying a musician. She must have really made way more than he did. She was an anesthesiologist. He had a ska garage band. And a ninth grade education. He did well for himself. Scarage. Good for you, frog dongs. She cheated, I'm guessing? She did not. She threw him out, and he was her means of support. Well established over 5 years. Was his ska band terrible? Yes. In MOASS to avoid buying higher. What do they want to sell ETF shares because they have to keep it balanced, right? So, is there even more of a bull case if most of the shares being lent are in ETFs as the lenders will hodl? Yes. Thoughts on friends post MOASS, girlfriends, family? No. Just me, rolling in my selfishness. Does he hold AMC shares? Unlikely. Was she hot, objectively? How do you know I didn't listen to your band, Velvet Jupiter? What about my love for crazy Puerto Rican women? No, just crazy women. Ethnicity has nothing to do with it. I like to just max out on the crazy hot scale. That's where my interests are. I'm bullish on it. No, I wouldn't marry anybody. Level 6. I think that might be racist, popcorn trader. Or, hmm, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just anti religious. I'm okay with that. My band hasn't had a listen in months. I know you didn't listen. Stop shilling your band. NFT marketplace will have any value? Actually wrote quite a bit about what my thoughts for the NFT marketplace are yesterday in the Daily DD. Joseph Johnson. No, I don't like tattoos at all. I'm considering selling CCs on my Wetzel's Pretzels position. What are your thoughts? I'm feeling bullish. Well, a CC would be a bearish bet. We have discussed OpenSea's valuation. I also suspect that you have an affinity for ethnic women. No. It's about even. Maybe not even even. It doesn't factor into my equation. I I have dated a Persian woman. I probably won't again. She was the worst. Are you saying you base your preference in women 100% on the individual woman in question? Yeah. But also objectively hot because I'm very shallow. Just for the DD on the NFT marketplace, do you think that the piracy will again become popularized as a result? I feel like NFTs would present a better. Well, piracy. That's questionable. I don't know. I mean, if it's blockchain encrypted, I'm not a hacker, so I couldn't tell you if it could be cracked and then like can it be cracked? Like, wouldn't you need the token to play the game? How much do you value ownership? Very little. People are taking people's art and selling it as their NFT. Yeah, but like, don't they need interest in their like shop or whatever? Like, isn't there a way to prove that it's from the original source? Intraday inverse head and shoulders. Buckle up. We're going for 160. Let's fucking do it. Importance? No. I like my women like I like my financial YouTubers. Tall, thick, and kind of mean. Thanks, VWAP to Insightful. The artist can file claims. Well, hopefully GameStop's better at enforcing that. Maybe just like only verified users can upload to the marketplace. That would be good, right? Is it good or bad thing that GME is showing up in more ETFs? It's not great, but they can short as much as they want, right? We've got, who cares? Any thoughts on loop ring? Do you view it as anything more than a side bet to GME? I don't know. I bought some. It's level, like, it looks interesting. That's really how I feel about it. Cracks have been around. Some guy with a hex editor will bypass it. Okay. Lady VWAP, we have ascended above her on the chart. Spoon Bay and MM to increase IV and sell a bunch of calls. I mean, sure. It could be a way to try to keep retail out of buying a bunch of calls. Cosmic Lightning Warrior wants you to go to YouTube podcast with them. Your thoughts? I don't care. I'll do it. Royal Mail TV. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. You got it, dude. No, Fluffiosa, I won't do that. Is an altcoin fully minted and held by some unknown Chinese company? So I don't see what's attractive about buying some of it from them. Disable options trader on my broker. So what strikes are we looking at? I'm gonna YOLO. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. I think the NFT discussion is important, and I like how objective you are with it. I think it's important we keep our eyes on the prize. GME can make a big impact on e-commerce today. I mean, not today, but soon. My favorite pickle would be half sour dills sliced lengthwise across across the axis. Center line. Will you color code Cosmic Lightning Warrior like you did Who Stan Wade? Probably not. I'm grinding on Vega and how it works with IV today. Might DM you a question on Discord. Maybe it's good stream discussion. I highly doubt it, Windmill Willie. Thoughts on the 21 DTE 500p that just sold? Sounds like a effort to push the price down. Those are 1 point, or negative 1.0 delta puts. So they're trying to stop the uptrend and protect their 160 puts. I want them sliced immediately before being served to me. Not sliced and then brined. That's a sin. Tell me you're on the East Coast without telling me you're on the East Coast. You like half sours. Just have a cucumber. Bro, half sours are delicious. Also, spicy dill. Is this price action FTDs? Very likely. Ooh. I'll be right back. I'm back. Drum roll for 160. It'll present some resistance. I mean, they're going to fight for it, probably. We haven't even hit 1 million volume yet. Inverse ETFs can cause a cascade if risk for shorters, exposure, correlation risk, derivatives, securities risk, and compounding risk. They can show us the real SI, which is in the billions. Okay. I think the highest VUP is some days before and on the 25th of January. Yes. From the 20th of January through the 25th, 27th, actually. Best book on TA. I always recommend technical analysis of the financial markets, Light of My Life. Told you they'd fight for it. Any update on the delta sensitivity? Not particularly high. Just start technical analysis for dummies. I never read that one. I'm sure their like bare bones approach that they use in most of their books would be effective though. Do you have any remarks on those are synthetic ETFs? No. No real remarks on them. Could they represent large outstanding short positions in GameStop? Yes. But generally through derivatives. How many shares was that? Mm. 30,000? I'm not increasing my stock position in GameStop. AR. But I'm going to buy more options next week. Imagine DFU posted a larger position. Biggest FOMO of all time. And that's probably why he won't. We didn't forget to commemorate 1269. It came and went. Here's some money because today marks 1 month of no smoking for me, and I've saved over $450 already. Thanks for all the DD. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations, Velvet Jupiter, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. Why haven't the shares outstanding been updated even after GME reported number of DRS shares? DRS shares held in plan are not removed from the float. I'm not even sure if Book removes them from the float. Can you pull up the chart with last year's price action on the same period? Why would I do that? It's flat. You can go look at it if you want to. The highs and lows are volatile through this period, but it's flat. It traded within a fairly narrow channel. We're smoking 1.5 to 2 packs a day. Jesus, dude. Yeah, that's too much. I'm happy for you, man. Seriously. Stay away from it. It's really hard when you're drunk, though. Be warned. Can you NFT a donation? I don't know. Probably. I think you can NFT a screenshot of anything. GME moving up on news of NFTs? Maybe. I don't think so. This isn't FOMO. This isn't sustained institutional buy pressure. It's simply FTD covering. No one else buys or sells GameStop except the people creating FTDs on it and the people with exposed positions. Retail's purchasing per day is so fucking minimal that you wouldn't even notice it. Oh. Bear trap. God, that was a fucking big gap. Ooh, volatility's picking up very nicely. This is exciting. That looked like an institution. Like someone just obliterated those 30,000 short shares. IBKR is blocked. I can't log in. You'll be fine. Could be related to IWM or XRT. Not quite the same, but similar. Yeah. XRT. Check IWM. IWM just had a nice volatility spike. We did it. We haven't crossed it, but we hit it. Tear down these walls, Mr. Griffin. Stop losses are super unsafe during the squeeze because of the high volatility. Satori loves GME. Popcorn Trader, if you say a trebuchet, I'm timing you out. In August, when we passed 160, we shot to 210 very fast. Yeah. Is this MOASS? No, we're up $5. Nope, trailing stop losses suck too. Same problem. Stop limits are very useful during periods of consolidation. Because if the price continues up, then you don't sell. If the price fails, your limit order fills. During periods of consolidation, volatility is reduced. Whereas a trailing stop, is not reliable because the volatility during the climb can be extreme. Like you can move from one fairly stable candle, right, with a trailing stop, and say your trailing stop moves up and it's right here, and then the next candle could be like this, and then you lose your trailing stop. By waiting for those periods of consolidation before setting a stop limit, you're able to protect your sell order to some degree. Why won't Fidelity let me buy calls? I don't know. You guys should really all go watch the Spurt high volatility video. Maybe Carl has a link. Thank you, Carl. That was a I don't have any in the money Februarys right now, but I have almost some in the money Januarys. Is this rising price making you reconsider waiting until Jan 5 or 6 to buy more? Not really. How's the meme ETF doing? It's very small. I wouldn't be super concerned. I'm not concerned with it. Post MOASS. I'm going to frame today's thumbnail. Fucking perfect. Thank you so much, Nesquik. Thanks, Bardo. No, it's my food. Test again. So you're playing multiple orders during the squeeze. Are you using any automation tools? Yes. Anyone can log into IBKR. What issue are you having logging in? Try logging in on your cell phone. Did you put in the wrong phone number? You might have to call them. Can XRT reach 100 before Gen 10th? Maybe. Stephen Cohen, 0.72. I want to imagine that the people named Ken Griffin, Gabe Plotkin, and Steve Cohen, 0.72 in my chat are actually them. And they're just like such boomers. They don't know how to hide or mask their email address on YouTube. So 25th of Jan is exposure date, and they have to cover till the 27th, 28th. But then there's additional ETF exposure that keeps carrying through. So the gamma exposure for January goes out to the 28th, but the FTD exposure goes out to Feb 8th. That's on the price action. They're covering FTDs. I've been saying this for days. We're going to see increased volatility, and then when there's a greater number of net short FTDs, we will see increased buy pressure. It's not significant yet, but it will pick up. Well, now I'd like to see us cross the 200 EMA. That would be very nice. Can actually change that now. Which is at 166.34. We have now crossed the 250 EMA. Yep, hasn't changed silver reserve. You look at the options change for IWM Jan 21st. It's got quite a lot. Of course it does. It's like one of the most heavily traded ETFs. Does anyone know if this streamer has any sort of thesis or regularly puts out any information in easy to find location that I can avoid checking so that I can ask questions here instead? I do. My Reddit profile has most of my top DDs linked, or you can just sort by upvotes and find them all for the most part. Any thoughts on eyes getting some attention on Superstock again? I don't really know anything about that. You can't see the number of FTDs that need to be covered ever. You can only see the ones that have been covered in the past. Are you ever going to translate your DD into ye old English? Probably not. He will never tell you what he thinks about anything. That's not true at all. Shorter just back up to 218 from 199. Do you expect the short percent to increase or decrease throughout January? I'd expect to see it stay fairly volatile until after January 6th, once it becomes thresholded. There's more orders on the sell side. For GameStop. Pickle in the dark? Like Dio? Does anyone know how I can support the streamer that spends hours per day entertaining us? I don't have a lot of money and can't spare any to donate, but I would like to help, preferably with a click. Oh, a like or subscribe would be more than sufficient. Gordon Ramsay, Mint, OJ, Raw Hot Dogs. Tony T, welcome to the Dillionaires, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Those Reddit posts of yours that are just mentioned, are they DD or TA? Well, first of all, they're DD. But there are charts used as a data set. When MOASS starts, we'll be left on our own, like a pickle in the dark. Yep. Charts are TA, right? No. Charts are data sets. Everyone knows that if your DD isn't about Evergrande or slabs, it isn't real DD. I don't see a single flight tracker. Do you think A is related to DD? And where does TA fit into all of this? Oh, Jesus. Thanks for all your effort, dude. The info, the rants, the laughs, the calm, the niche humor, and most importantly, the cautionary warning of suspicion around anyone called Dan. Big love from the UK. Vesture, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Talking about the stock is TA. Everything's TA. Isn't TA DD? Shh. Don't say things that are complicated. You'll hurt people's brains. TA plus DD data? I requested that the mods add a flare for data backed DD, and they did not seem to want to do that. Because that would make DD that was actually backed by data seem better than other DD. It's because it is. You remember that one streamer of GME that has Streamlabs, so new members got songs, animated GIFs, and their name on screen? That guy was good. I hope you're as good as that guy someday. Listen, I can't get the Streamlabs to work. Go fuck yourself, Dr. K. I don't like your stream. Why the hell fuck are you here? Bipolar polar bear. Bipolar bear. Your name is confusing me. Are you bipolar? Or do you prefer the company of both genders of polar bear? What's the best model brand of drone? What best model brand of drone is best for flying outside of Citadel's HQ for TA, not DD purposes? Oh, God. Just trying to tame your ego. Good luck. Where y'all trading options at? Fidelity won't let me, so I'm gonna move. Options get traded all kinds of places. Are you still buying Jan calls soon? I tried to buy some more January 21st 180s today, but accidentally bought them for January 28th. So, and now they're up, which is even more unfortunate. Why are you constantly getting attacked by a variety of bears? First koala hugger, now a polar bear. Just waiting for Melvin Grizzly to enter the chat. $500,000 Teslas are called for a trunk issue and the stock didn't budge. No one knows yet? What's the longest time GME went without trading a share? Looks like it just went 2 minutes. Do you think that info is important? Not really. I think maybe they're hoping someone will sell or waiting for the price to drop so they can cover more FTDs. They just stop buying, right? Like if the bid ask spread presents a risk, they just won't buy. They'll turn the algo off. They'll stop covering FTDs until they have a more advantageous point to buy in at. What platform do you use to look at options flow? I usually just look at Shift Search. There's some other good ones as well. Tesla budged plenty today. Ask my profits. Give me 1 sec, guys. Melvin Grizzly. Just curious, why is this specious behavior bear hater? What? Pickle FTD on the cult chant? No, there wasn't. I played it. Oh, I have the desktop audio turned off. That's my bad. There we go. Sorry about that. Do you ever just put ginormous price increases into the options value calculator just to see the gains of things like 1K and 10K price point? Like a child? All the time.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC
What if like Mark Cuban
suckers,
says?
not a
Mark
cult,
Cuban's
bro.
an asshole.
GME lovers, not a
Huge
cult.
asshole.
Not a cult.
Not the business savvy genius you may think he is. Mostly lucky and not wildly profitable since the dot-com bubble. But yeah, they could just hide millions of shares forever. A bit. Hugh Jasshole. Cuban got lucky by selling an overhype, underperforming broadband before the dot-com rug pull. Once you're a billionaire, it's very hard to go broke. Not sure if you've ever asked this question, but did you do anything when you quit smoking in the process of quitting and was just curious? No? Not really. I sent you a link to your Pirate DD and Billionaires. I think it will really expand your brand. Do I have to wear an eye patch for this? I don't know how I feel about that. Grizzly put their poo. I stubbed my toe today while listening to your stream. Take responsibility for my actions. Shame on you for taking my money to XOXO 510 crew. I know it's you, Pickle Morty. You can't hide behind Kenneth, Plaque, and Grizzly. Does a grizzly plotkin in the woods? Trace Comas. Put radio on the internet. You guys are part of a giant conspiracy. There will be no squeeze. Thanks, Ken. We'll find out. Was someone just mean to you off camera? How did that make you feel? No one was mean to me. What's the spy doing? I have no idea. I can tell you what AMD is doing. It's not going up. Spy. Ooh, Spy's doing a big selly. Wheel snipe selly. Can you explain the concept of buying married puts on an ETF to hide FTDs and SI? No, no one's doing that. Big bar downski. Isn't the D-bag in Silicon Valley actually based on him a bit? I think. Well, guys like him. Are there 92 Feb calls on XRT Smart or no? Thanks, Pickle. I mean, I have 90s and 95s. 92s? Those are like, are those in the money yet? No, slightly out. Hey now, I only do hugs, no kisses, unless you're into that, cult leader. Also, PSA, fuck the Bears, sincerely, 510 gang, hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. 92s. 92s are nice. I don't think they're terrible. Nice middle ground. Anything under 100's probably fairly safe. For Fab. This price action was so last week. When I get a CPA in April, it's going to be a wild ride. The worst performing hedge fund of 2021, as per Bloomberg, was Melvin Capital at negative 41%. Lol. GME crossed on the daily. It's lining up for a huge run in a few days. On what? GME? Can you explain why they wouldn't use married puts on an ETF to hide FTDs and SI? Yeah, because everyone fucking knows about it, and it's super obvious, and they'll get popped by the SEC. Especially on reg show threshold fucking ETFs. No plan for New Year's. I'm not a big celebrator of New Year's. You want me to do a midnight stream? We could watch. You want to watch the ball drop together? Said we were being ladder attacked. That's your fault for clicking on it. Yes, that would be awesome. Did you just cancel our meetup without telling me? The pain is real, my friend. What? No. But also probably. Look what I sent you. I kind of don't want to. What is this? I don't understand what you're showing me. Also, are you taking a picture of your phone with another phone? New Year's Eve with Gherk. Can you ASMR ball drop, please? Checks in the mail. Hot Tub New Year's stream? All right. I'll absolutely not be joining a New Year's Eve stream. I don't really want to do one, but just tuned in. Why are we up? FTD covering. There's a new DD on you on SS. It's called Mocking the Devil. Oh, I hope so. Yeah, I saw what you sent me. Why do you look at World Star Hip Hop? What are you, 12 years old? Smooth? I'm not clicking any link from that website. Is this where you're getting your stock information from? Is this why I have to deal with these fucking questions from you? How high are you right now? Pretty stoned, not gonna lie. Normally, some days after we run, hoping for DMI Plus to cross soon. Okay. I don't really care about the technical crossing. Of course it crossed, we went up. New Year's Eve hot tub stream with Frag and Moonwind as Towel BIH. Congrats on 16K subs. Oh, cool. Thank you, Deku, for reminding me how many subscribers I have. Deku is a mail order British bride. And a pretty nice dude. This is absolutely true. Been called it many times. So if you're a British man, remember there are women in America that will marry you and you can come and live in a slightly inferior country. I'm not reacting to Trey Tay's videos ever. I don't want to see him. His energy creeps me out. Who's paying your $250,000 a month subscription level? Have they ever asked for anything in return? So far, no one. We would get free healthcare? Here? No. No, you'd give up free healthcare. Where can I move that has a low chance of being shot? Um Pretty much anywhere in New England. You're probably pretty okay. Tough gun control. fairly low crime. Norway. 175 safe next week. I don't care about your things, Moon. It'd be funny if DFU bought Supreme Pontiff of VWAP. I mean, you never thought people would buy Pigeon Whale. It's true. It's kind of a big jump from Pigeon Whale to Supreme Pontiff of VWAP. Go debunk the DD about you and the Options Brigade live on stream. Ugh, no, I'm not giving it the recognition. It's probably just a big pile of horseshit written by one of the like 7 idiots that nonstop spam my daily posts. Dude has a graphic in that post showing where you and Linixis sold cover. I don't even know Linixis. While telling other people not to sell. Oh, man. I haven't sold a covered call on GME since March. I do know that if posts get downvoted enough, they get removed from Reddit. Maybe it was Moonwind. Moonwind, are you Linixis? uh, I think Carl just timed out Linixis for selling cover calls. So ridiculous. I had to make sure I wasn't AFK. Bam, right in the Angus. Hello, the Mad Catter. It had like 17 comments and 15 awards. It's all from the same like 6 people. Imagine instead of like getting a job or something, just writing horseshit DDs about YouTubers. Oh, wait. Can I have your if I join Pontiff? My what? So is Jimmy gonna come back down or are we gonna bust through 160? I don't know. I think they're gonna try to hold 160. We're like $6 above max fan. They're not having the best day. Maybe that's their job. It's true that they do post them. All their stuff is basically posted intraday during business hours. Thanks, Jason Ward. I agree. I just got banned from SS. I commented on that post that it's funny how people brigading hard against options only show up during business hours. You got banned for that? No fucking way. One of the comments, and dude that is in your daily a lot mentioned how he's reported you to the SEC. Amazing. I'm sorry. That's like a whole process you have to go through. You have to fill out so much bullshit to report shit to the SEC. Just to have them turn around and throw it right in the trash. He should have just submitted a comment on Pornhub. It's a ploy to hurt uneducated options traders. That's stupid. For you to be able to get banned, I don't have enough karma to post in any of the GME subs. No. Node package manager. Interesting. Anyone buying 1 DTEs for tomorrow? I'm not. Do you have a $250,000 a month subscription level? I do, Vesture. Why wouldn't I? Supreme Pontiff of VWAP. That's awesome. Apparently that's the bear case against you. It just means I'm bullish on MOASS. Maybe I should make $1 million one. How come what? There isn't a MOASS bot, J Powwow. You should add $1 million one for that DJ Loki guy who hates you so much. He's a fucking moron. He deletes his comment history so nobody can see the stupid remarks he's made in the past. That's exactly what I do. How come options are not a plot to extort or poor options plays? Explain. Like, you think the existence of derivatives is a plot to extort options, like poor options plays? How much money do you think retail has? I'll give you a hint. Not a lot. this. One of the most fallacious posts I've seen in my life. Literally exclusively non sequiturs, pose as cleverly worded questions to lead you to a conclusion without committing to their own answer. Of course it is. It seems like a blatant harassment, but I'm sure that the mods will allow it. It calls out like every solid DD contributor over the last several months. Information is not the way. DRS your shares. Can you work out which 0 DTE you want with Moonwind directly? I don't understand how you partnered with the markets to create options in order to extract money from us poors. You must be ancient and all powerful. Yes. Shill? I don't know. If I am, no one's paying me to do it. End of year reporting requirements. All the funds and market makers can hide their positions all year, but they have to file a yearly report, and that report is based on fair market value of holdings. Okay. I'm aware. Smooth. We'll probably see SI percent increase on the next reporting cycle, which is what we get that on the 15th, I believe. 1 million tier. Google gets how much? I don't have $1 million tier yet, but I'm going to make one. I'm going to call it BlackRock internship. New Superstock DD titled Data Back to DD is FUD. Oh, it was for chat. Okay. Yeah, this is generally why we see a lot more reporting errors leading into the new year. One of the many reasons, but a bigger one. Only if we get 1 hour of perm stream for every sub. Can you help me get in at BlackRock? I hear they have great benefits. You want me to put in a word with Larry for you? This is so poo. Gotta wait for the funds I sent to settle to get them to send it back to my bank account and find another broker. Oh, that's shitty. You know, you can just use wire transfers, right? Wire transfers are instantaneous. After 9 minutes of fast scrolling SS, I couldn't find an anti-options post until I searched for Devil. She'll bashed by name any well-known poster who supported options. Okay. Look, man, I'm sick of your condescending answers. I've been a fan for a while now, almost a year, and you just insult anyone who remotely disagrees with you. Chill, bro. Not everything is against. What What are you talking about? You're saying options are a ploy to like bilk like low level investors. It's just you made a ridiculous statement. I submitted a ticket to YouTube. You're not a mod, Dan for Hire. Tasty profits off 70 plus 157.50 weeklies. Rolled the profits into more 218. Nice. Feeling the mojo. Ready to make my whole year with a 2-day play. I'm not modding you either, Popcorn Trader. Options killed both my dads. I'm sorry to hear that, Wagner. Weeklies are terrible. Unless you're like a professional trader, you should not be using weeklies. But I think everyone here knows that, man. I would say, yeah, that things like Wall Street bets are definitely a problem. But those people are just gamblers, right? Like they're going to do that no matter what. They'll find something else to gamble on, whether it be sports betting or fucking going to casinos. Like they'll find a way, right? At least with weekly options, they have probably better odds than they would at a casino. I've reported myself to the SEC. I have $23 in settled cash. What play can I make to erase my 3.9k loss this year? Need to realize gains by Fridays. You know you can write off losses, right? Do you think there will be an official announcement tomorrow? That'd be cool. Wall Street Bets is gambling. I thought it was financial advice. No. These are for next week, actually. Greg M. Position on using weeklies for day trading, like 1 hour trades. Generally, yeah. Short time frame. Should only buy and hold 10 shares and DRS one of them, so your optimal 10% DRS rate. Even my dog understands losing money on weeklies is nobody else's fault but your own. I just made 250K on over under 1,400 watching this stream. What's the point in selling here for tax purposes? Ask your accountant. I'm not one. I can't give you guys tax advice. I don't even do my own taxes. Maybe you skin read, but as a person who engages here, I'm sick of these questions. Do you care about the yearly report? If not, don't check your DMs. How does one pay to be a member of the Nautical Monthly? That post convinced me. I want to give you money for the entertainment you provide me 8 hours a day. Courtesy link. If you want to become a member, it's down in the description. There's a link. You don't need to. Just subscribe and like. That's more than enough, and I appreciate it. Do you have any understanding of the SOFR rules being implemented from tomorrow? Not really. Like a little bit, not enough to really comment on that. I haven't really paid that much attention. Blinked? Of course I blinked. I blink all the time. The only way to make money on GME is to start a shill YouTube channel. There's no money in the stock as it's overvalued, but it keeps going up. Coke products. This isn't a Coke product. This is Kirkland alkaline water. Brought to you by Costco. Check out Costco's new executive class membership so you can feel better than other poor people. Hot mic. I don't care about it. Just ignore it. Difference between gamma and delta. Delta is based on the underlying asset price, and gamma is the change in relation to that. New Year's Eve stream? Maybe. We'll see. I probably won't be up that late. Mod told me, sorry, wrong button. Awkward. I went shopping at Costco today for the first time since the pandemic started. Had to cash in my cashback reward and then spent $500 on random stuff. Do you get 2% cashback on that though? Delta is the change of price of the option when the underlying moves $1. It's the intrinsic value. Anti-Gurk post, including Moonwind, as proof you shill selling covered calls is hilarious. That's pretty funny. I won't talk anymore so I don't get timed out. This is between you and Carl, Moonwind. Massive props to the guy who commented on the anti-Gurk DD. The RC said his... How is that fucking DD, first of all? Can somebody get the flare change to technical analysis? RC said his only options were hold or hodl. If you have a $500 cashback at Costco from last year, you can buy $1 of stuff, and they will give you the difference in cash. Seriously? Interesting. Confirm market manipulator. Costco ran after your advert. You have calls, don't you? I don't. He's not a cat. He specifically said so. Delta. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to help Jose out here. So delta is the value that increases based on change in price in the underlying, right? Gamma is the rate of that change. So if the price goes up $1, the delta value will increase by the gamma value. Does that make more sense? Carl has bound us all in his shackles of tyranny and stands above the huddled masses, unopposed by justice. There is no God, for Carl has banned him from the chat and left all of us forsaken. You know I timed Carl out earlier today, right? How much does Costco pay their marketing team members? $0. I just get free cashews and bottles of water. Delta velocity, gamma acceleration. Sort of. Time him out forever. Carl, you need to calm down. Put your banhammer away. Today is not the day for us to feast in Valhalla. I'm really gonna need this New Year's stream you were alluding to, Gerg. Gotta partake in the brine bath of my pickle, not a cult brethren. BlackRock, now Costco. I'm a hustler. I don't know what to tell you. I hustle. As many people that will simultaneously employ me as possible, bipolar bear. I just want to call out for something that you've been doing for a long time. Your thumbnail art game keeps getting better, and it's infuriating how good it is. Thanks to the glorious members of the Louvre in the Discord for crafting such amazing stream cards every day for the stream. Big shout out to those guys. They're the best. Why are you timing out Monster Buddy? Smite me for Lady VWAP. All right. Carl, you're just giving them what they want when you do that. Is Sam's Club the poor man's Costco? I think it's the rich man's Walmart. It's the here it's the upper lower class Walmart. Because he asks me to like every day. DRS, DRS, DRS. Book those shares, computer share. Thanks, Seth. What a great thesis. Guys, where's Han? I don't know. I've never been timed out before, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Boom. There you go, Special K9. Timed out. 300 seconds. Let's go. I can't wait for our next Pigeon Whale. I want to jam to some Riku's, but I'll settle for a Power Hour song in 13 minutes. We'll see what happens. Ask and you shall receive. Praise be. Anyone here play around with the loop ring wallet? Pretty bananas how much can be made in the liquidity pools. Yeah, but you also put your position at risk of impermanent loss. So don't forget that part. Feb 400 is the new 510. Careful saying that in here. How much does Citadel pay you to write TA on SS, but label it as DD to cause infighting? Oh God. Girk, tomorrow's my birthday, and all I want is a Supreme Pontiff membership gifted to me for one day only, so I can use this collateral for some Fed 510s. Been out this week. From what I gather, next week should be pretty flat, right? Not entirely flat, but very slow growth. Expert Pug. Kind of like today, like a few bucks up, per day. Nothing, no substantial movements though. It's really suspicious that you would buy calls on GME if you were just to shill. Explain yourself. Oh, I have to. No, that makes too much sense. I was gonna say I have to buy the calls to hedge my covered calls. But they wouldn't understand that. So did Average Joe send you the sponsorship video from a while back? Have you played it while I wasn't here already? Or decided not to add fuel to the fire? What sponsorship video? Okay, good. Too poor to understand poor man's covered calls. Hmm. Jesus Christ, Baba is just on a tear. This is fucking insane. Son of a bitch. No, I'm not gonna buy any puts. I can just sell the puts after they've crashed the stock. Like at the money, right? Do you think it's reasonable for GameStop to do a share buyback? They could. I don't think they will. To quote you, if Baba breaks 120, it can really rip. Baba rips. That's insane. It's a lot for one day. I might have to consider taking a longer position on it. Thanks for reminding me to bring my Tums. No problem, Popcorn Trader. Also, Trebuchet. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right, you're getting timed out. They think you say it's okay to sell CCs. Ha 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 ha. I know. When is the earliest we should expect significant price action in January? We may see some when XRT starts getting thresholded. Um, like after that T plus 13 window closes. We may not, but if not, the 10th, and the 10th is when the ETF FTDs begin to roll in. This power hour is going to be spicy. I hope so. Threshold. With all of your predictions manifesting today, for the love of baby Jesus, please just say GME 170 at close out loud. I just did. Send the ad video to your DM. Oh, yeah, not today. Fluffy not today. When's XRT T plus 13? January 6th. I am waiting till next week to buy Febs. Threshold. You guys still have money? Of course. I made like $600 this morning on like $200 Baba calls. How do you manage trading while you're streaming all day? It's difficult. I've shifted to more swing trading and less like day trading stocks. Are you gonna get power hour music on time today? Maybe you won't get it at all, Dr. K. How about that? I have a recurring revenue stream called a job combined with frugality. Congratulations, Bipolar Bear, for being responsible with your finances. not all the XRT is an unusually corrupt ETF historically. How did you know that Baba was going to run today? Why would I give you my secrets, Stefan? So I'm trying to get my secrets. See what Stefan does is he's always trying to just figure out how I do it. I don't like it. You stop that. How long did it take to learn to trade? Have enough experience to do it as my job? Probably like a year, but I took 3 years before I quit my job and started like day trading full time. I wanted to be very sure that I would not have to go back to my old job. Thanks, Gordon Ramsay, mint OJ raw hot dogs. I was told this stream was edutainment, but it appears the chief edutainer does not wish to ed you. No, it's just that Stefan's like trying to pick apart how I pick stocks and how I make my plays. It's funny. But that's like the goal of a lot of his analysis. Instead of just trying to learn his own way of doing it. I did similar things, I guess, when I was learning. What paper trading software? If you want to paper trade options, Thinkorswim is a good one for that. Okay, now it's been 1 minute. I can play the Power Hour song.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What'd you guys do? Back to VWAP. Like if I want to hold a CSP and otherwise empty a margin account, is there any trickery I should be aware of? No. You'll have to pay the margin rate, whatever that is. But that's it. Did you learn strategies from Mike Kors? I keep buying his course and I'm losing money. I have no idea who Mike Kors is. Don't ever pay anybody for a strategy on how to trade stocks. They're selling it to you because it doesn't work. End of story. Learn about the markets, learn about trading, learn to apply that knowledge. You will develop your own systems over time. Is that advisable though? At the possible end of a bull market? I mean, what better place to learn to trade than in a bear market? Because if you can trade a bear market, you can definitely trade a bull market. So don't become a billionaire. Got it. I mean, billionaire doesn't sell you any kind of trading system. But yeah, don't. I don't care. I'm trying to average my 250 Feb call down. Do I get instant buy power on WeBull when I sell my Feb 250? I don't know. Do you have any good faith violations? If you don't, you should. Bear market? Look at SPY all-time high. I have a list of questions for next Dillionaire stream. Pick one. There's other Dillionaires, not just you. What are the consequences of good faith violations? Because I got a bunch of them. Oh boy. I mean, you have to trade with settled cash only. I've never had any problem getting all of my questions answered on Dillionaire stream. Yeah, but you're not Stefan. Win Guybrush. Not today. Not today, JC. How do I put puts on Doritos 3D Spicy Ranch? They were neither spicy nor delicious, but were they 3D? They're barely 3D, not like the old ones. That's unfortunate. You get 2 free ones. Just tell Weeble you set a stop loss by accident. They'll lift one. Works all the time. The thing I learned as a billionaire is how to classify foods. Next challenge, learn how not to lose money on 510Cs. How does that work though? Because a TD chip. Shh. No, 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 no. No. You're thinking about this too much. Are you still showing your calves in the next billionaire stream as promised? I never promised that. Stop being a pervert. So theoretically, if I buy 950 calls for Jan 21 and the price goes to 1,000, would that make me filthy rich? Sure. Do you have health insurance that you pay for being a day trader? Yeah. Is a good shorting strategy to short put wall tests and stop losses just above the put wall? Yes. You're such a calf tease. Popcorn Trader, you said you were going away for the day. Stop sending me gifts of trebuchets. No, this is just the dip before the dip. Remember when I said we'd probably go back down at the end of the day? This is that happening. Waiting on my wife to pack. You better get the pickle rocket ready. For what? Our bounce on 155? Yes. Is it because of the triple top, similar to the Tesla play yesterday? No, because when they're done covering FTDs, they short the stock back down under their puts so they can get ready to do the same thing tomorrow. Did you trade crypto to learn TA and paper trade options for 3 years? I didn't paper trade options for 3 years. I started trading options after my second year of paper trading. And when I initially started trading, I traded crypto, like as a job. I probably didn't start trading options with real money until so I guess my fourth year. Any changes to your MOASS DD after this week? No. Did something unexpected happen this week? I said earlier, violent sideways potential. This qualifies, right? Kind of, yeah. Look at those perfect support resistance bounces. I know. I'm so fucking good at this. It's unreal. How does vaping actually work? Is there fire? There's a heating element, and it heats up a liquid and vaporizes it. That liquid contains nicotine, water, flavor, volatile flavor compounds. So it's like smoking without smoke. You could also just add nicotine to a dehumidifier or a humidifier. Don't do that. It's probably a bad idea. Propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin. Yes. Too late. Already ordered off of Amazon. Do I mod vapes? I did when I first started vaping. I got like all into it as like a hobby. And I was like, this is super fucking lame. And I stopped doing it. Because I thought to myself, what would I think if I met somebody who was like, I mod vapes, bro? And then I realized I didn't want to be that person. Can you please do a quick tutorial on how to your support resistance techniques? Nope. Read a book. Okay, you don't get popcorn lung from vaping. I don't know where you're getting your information from. No, I can't. You're thinking of AMC lung. Can you please do a quick tutorial on how to read? Oh boy. Popcorn lungs from dicetyl. Yeah, but they only use dicetyl in like vapes that are flavored like with butter flavors. Like butter and cream flavored vapes. I think none of those even use dicetyl anymore. But they used to, like a long time ago. Big Tobacco pushed an anti-vape campaign before all the bans and media was flooded with popcorn lung. The studies they cited were cheap THC oil from China, and they pinned it on e-cigs. There's cheap THC oil from the US, but yeah. Which book you recommend to learn SR the way you SR? 15, 18. It's different because I don't want to talk about this. This is stupid. Are we expecting any kind of significant price movement, or is it just a waiting game until mid-Jan at this point? Thanks for all the time and effort you put into this. It's just a waiting game. We're just gonna sit around and wait. All good, Kith. How come you SR so good but DRS so bad? Anyone else inhale those inflatable packagings you get in the mail? No. Tell us about your other vices. That's pretty much it. The FTDs and tax harvesting tomorrow should be crazy, huh? Could be volatile. Volatile is the word you're searching for. Have you seen the article from Yahoo Finance about options in GME? No. Yahoo Finance pushing options? Bullish. DM in Discord. You can't post links here. What about cars? Realistically, the DRS option, when do you think earliest secure a complete float? 3 to 5 years. The last day of 2021 will affect the SPY. No idea. I've only ever seen one other person with SR skills equivalent to Gherks. That's Daniel from Chart Champions. His SR skills are legit as fuck. I want SR skills too. It's just practice, man. You get better and better at it over time. Did you ever eat at Portos in SoCal or get a cake from there? I think I did once. I think I had cake from there. Support resistance. He's referring to these. Like these lines. What are some good strikes for CSP on GME for the next couple of weeks? I sold mine at 150 this week. Next week, I don't know. See what the price is on Monday. So every day is going to be like this now since they're short FTDs daily. It's going to be, yeah, volatility is going to continue to pick up, man. Finally, we can start talking about demand zones around here. What do you think about the statement TA works until it doesn't? I see a lot of arguments saying that it's like just a glorified kind of astrology. It depends on how you use it. Um, it's not. There's so many tests on technical analysis. Uh, People that don't like to believe that the market is controlled by anything other than mathematical systems prefer to dismiss the relevance of technical analysis or trend analysis. But they hold true time and time and time again. So if it's astrology that's better than 50%. Also, just ignoring the theories of Dow and Wyckoff seems awfully. I don't know. They don't teach it on an academic level, and or value investors are kind of dismissive of it, which is fair. A lot of people consider trading gambling. But every major fund uses technical analysis to some degree. I think being able to combine technical analysis and value analysis is useful. Yeah, but even on a manipulated stock, TA can tell you the ways in which they are manipulating it. So you have to understand how TA works and what its limitations are, obviously. Like you can't just like most people think of technical analysis as being like, oh, there's a bullish reversal on the RSI. And like, sure, people trade technical analysis indicators that way, but not profitably. Never mind funds using TA. They took it a step further and are balls deep on quant. I mean, they use both. Yeah, TA isn't only predictive. I think trying to use TA as a prediction tool is generally where it has the highest rate of failure. Value and fundamental analysis, they go hand in hand. I haven't watched any of Jamie's TA. I've heard it's decent. I've seen like 5 minutes of him doing TA. Maybe he seems to know what he's doing. I don't like fibs or like some of the indicators he uses, but that's a preference thing. Analyzing supply and demand. All you need to know. TA has no limitations. It's Bradley Cooper. Limitless. Do I detect a hint of jealousy towards Jamie's TA? No. Just very different than mine. Jamie's big on RSI and MACD moving averages. Nothing too crazy. That's one of the reasons I know he knows what he's doing, because he's had enough experience to ditch a lot of the bullshit indicators people look into. But yeah, I mean, he trades a lot on oscillators and with fibs. They're not my favorite. You got to Turdford's heartbeat DD yesterday. Will you publish an interpretation TLDR somewhere that isn't yesterday's stream? Oh, that had nothing to do, I don't think, with his current DD or his latest DD. And it does and it doesn't. Ooh. Is this big XRT flow? Sure, this is beautiful. Jesus Christ. Hey, chicken tender daddy. I'm not sure where Jamie worked. He made mention of it at one point, but I can't remember. I don't know, Boosted Siggy. I'll figure it out. What crypto did I trade? Bitcoin? A little bit of ETH. Royal Bank of Scotland? Okay. Could you please explain blockchain? Like the whole thing? No. Just look it up. It's a Wikipedia article. Big short today? No. Just holding the line at 160. It's the elements categorized by their atomic weight. What do you guess the current short interest is? I have no idea, man. somewhere between 113% and 226% based on limited data. Has Shift Technologies finally had its reversal and is worth investing in again? I don't know. You ruin my fun when you actually answer my farcical questions. I know. Yep. You got it, Stephen Urkel. Stefan Urkel. Institutional holdings on Bloomberg include through ETFs. I mean, you can look at ETF holdings and compare it to the 13F holdings. If 12% can go to about 900, what can 225% go to? What? So is SI in January enough to squeeze to the millions if no one sold? Maybe. We'll never know. Stop sending me DMs, Dr. K. No lines. Grow up. Same day XRT went on threshold. Gonna have big FTDs. Oh yeah. How's the data turd? How's the data looking from Bob? I don't know. How often do I tweet? Barely ever. Bullish? Nice. I'm excited. Still looking good for the 10th then? 10th and the 11th, I'm guessing? Might start a little early based on that XRT flow from the 18th. 13th? Interesting. Curious. What are calculators? Clip it. See you tomorrow, Seth. Have a good night, man. Spy flying backwards? No big deal. XRT's been on the threshold list. It hasn't come off. $110 to 2.1K, almost 3 weeks into options again. Also somehow dodged 2 GFEs. Nice. Yeah, you can sometimes dodge GFEs when you're playing options because the settlement's one day. Secure. Not Zakire's wife. Congrats though, dude. Good job. Read an SS comment that MMs might roll FTDs into married puts, and it's not happening. Nope. It's anytime you're seeing that, it's because people do not understand what the out of the money puts are from. They're just misinformed. That's all. So they're still assuming married put calls, but there's no evidence of equivalent call volume matched to those puts. There isn't a separate reg share list for ETFs. I have a theory that Zakir isn't married and just wanted to be a double mod. Have you investigated? I don't care. Thanks, Dangerous Dan. You too, man. I hope this reg show doesn't get extended for a second season. The characters are dumb and the plot is poorly written. What are family offices? Offices that don't manage outside capital. CV VWAP change? Not likely. Not significant. How come they seem to abuse XRT so much when they could use ETFs that contain more GME shares? Harder to abuse. Is it less obvious because XRT is being constantly operationally shorted and has seen highs of 800% SI? Yes. No. The out of the money puts are hedging of replicating baskets for variance swaps. They were bought last January during the run up. They are not hiding anything in them. Well, we don't know if they've grabbed some of these cheaper shares or not. So what if they have variant swaps at family offices? It's not like anything's getting reported anyway. It doesn't matter if it's at a family office or a fund. How's my little vacuum? He's okay. Are you selling shares or further out options to exercise your in the money options during MOASS? Probably just use cash. Or I'll sell other options to exercise. Like I'll sell further out of the money options to exercise near the money options. Just put a disclaimer on the stream for variance swaps. Fucking stupid Doomps DD. So much misinformation all the time. Where's Darth Dan? I don't know. He was drinking Merlot out of a beer glass earlier today. There's another Seller Box OTC Dark Pool Zombie Stock DD out on SS again. Is the bat just trying to get more attention? The first one was fucking retarded. And suspiciously upvoted. DM on Discord? I'm trying to learn options. I'm supposed to be done smoking by Jan 1st. That's my favorite sticker, so anyway, I'm screwed. Okay. You should learn about options. They're good to know about. Congrats on quitting smoking. The IV today on Feb 185s is 113.85. Is there a way to find out what the IV may spike to if we run up to say 220? Does option strat do that? You need to look at historical IV and look at the shift in price. I was called a shill for saying GameStop isn't going to be seller boxed, and the link to dead company stocks of the OTC isn't valid. I'm aware. I mean, unless GameStop gets delisted and put into the OTC markets, in which case the link is more valid. Why is the SPY selling off like this? Dude, it's down 0.1%. What's the next futures roll date? March. I want to buy them on 2.5. What? One five? I think Feb 18th, 200s are a solid play. I have quite a lot of them myself. I wouldn't buy them on February 5th, but I hope quitting smoking. I think I'm gonna go crazy and pull all my hair out. Don't do that. $15-hour stream tomorrow? I don't fucking think so. I'm pretty tired. I haven't been sleeping very good this week. I want MOASS to go off a low DRS percentage in place so we can all tell Koala I told you so. It won't matter. If MOASS goes off, who gives a shit? What about negative 2%? Negative 0.2%? It's not there yet. 176 something should be a good low for today. Sell-off's accelerating a bit, but I'm not super concerned. Probably see some sell-off into tomorrow. My stop loss triggered on my SPY calls. Oh well. Ooh, am I going to stop out a Caterpillar? Probably not. Do you have some special guests for your New Year's stream? I'm not doing a New Year's stream yet. I need to think about it. Thanks, Jose D. But that's like tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I have a lot of hair, but you don't need to pull it out. What percentage roughly of your Feb calls did you offload until you rebuy? I didn't offload any of my February calls. I just sold my Jans. I didn't even sell all my Januaries. I kept my 160s and my 180s. XRT starts to get thresholded on the 5th, so I'm going to buy then and pay for the extra 4 days just in case. When you manage your positions, are you resetting your stop losses on all your positions? I move them around. Question I'm going to ask Eric during the Billionaire stream is this. What are some fundamental basic settings in the FinViz screener should we be considering when finding plays? Intraday, swing, it depends on the kind of play. Thanks for streaming 2021. Looking forward to 2022 with Pickle Vision. Thank you so much, Garfield Connolly. Will you get a New Year's perm? No. $62K sell volume. Cool. Would you say the FTD theory is invalid if GME doesn't break 300 in Jan Feb? I mean, what do you mean the FTD theory is invalid? You have to be more specific. Is the compounding of the FTDs sufficient enough to push us up? I have no idea. The FTDs are due. We're already seeing the effects of that. There's not like a theory there, right? It's just those are the due dates. January is when there are the most due dates. That's not a theory. That's just a fact. The theory is that buying options in a large enough scale will present an extreme amount of risk to the short hedge funds already covering FTDs during that time period. I avoided a week of theta decay on the Januaries, on the roll. So I sold all my Januaries above 180. And I kept my 180s and my 160s. And then I'm buying Febs, more Febs, and increasing the size of my position, probably on the 5th, maybe on the morning of the 6th. What kind of date would these FTDs be from? What? It's not that risky. Any kind of option will apply pressure. Any option with a relevant delta, yes. Especially if the delta value goes up. What date would these FTDs be from? Oh, they're from several large volume events. So the ETF FTDs we're running into are from the gamma exposure window in November. And then we will see FTDs come in from the failure to roll forward futures contracts as well. Essentially, anytime a large amount of liquidity is needed on GameStop in order to hedge and or cover positions, synthetics are used in lieu of real shares to avoid affecting the price. This usage of those synthetics creates FTDs further down the line. I mean, they can't refresh the FTD. Never lucky. They can reg T it by marking it long, but that's about it. I still haven't watched it every show. I've seen the first season. The first season of The Witcher was good. What kind of price spike between now and Jan 10th for an option value to increase by 30 to 50%? I know speed of IV increase matters a lot, but wild guess. There's so many variables in your question, Jomo. Like the strike of the contract, its Vega sensitivity. I guess pass the buck is all I meant. I mean, yeah, there's no way for them to dodge the actual FTD. The creation, like they can dodge the gamma exposure, which is what we saw them do in December by shorting an entire sector. But that's not something they can continue to carry forward. Like those FTDs are due. They will have to be satisfied. Some of them can be netted off through CNS, but because there's so many of them, it's going to require buy pressure in order to net them off. Do you think the combination of NFT marketplace and possible FTD cycles could cause a squeeze-like scenario like last gen? Well, if there's an announcement, yeah. A catalyzing factor at this point would be very, very, very good. Thanks, Huge Steve. Is it possible the volume isn't coming in because it's diverted the OTC dark pools? I mean, even if it was, it would still print to the lit exchange. Volume's actually not even that bad today, 1.5 mil. It's picking up. As we move further into this cycle, the FTDs become greater in quantity. Feb 300 calls regarding a 30 to 50% price spike between now and Jan 10th. Why the fuck would Feb 300s go up between now and Jan 10th? No one expects any like significant movement. You'd have to see like probably $50 of sustained movement in order to see a 30 to 50% increase on Feb 300s before Jan 10th. I guess their sensitivity is a little higher, but you need the IV spike. FTD data, bullish. Dope. Should be pretty inconsequential. It's for December 1st through 15th. Not a significant number of FTDs expected during that period. No problem, Ecstasy. Ding ding. Ending the day 155.33, up $1.40 or 0.91%. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Unfortunately, it looks like they held the 160 put wall for today, but we did close about $2.83 above max pin. So that's bullish leading into a Friday. Remember, shift in trends generally occur first by seeing us close Friday above max pan. It's usually a very good indicator of bullish momentum. Thank you guys all so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Rico!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.